for 25 years. Your home for Minnesota Twins baseball.
We really didn't play well at all against Kansas City. Very disappointing, and to come and win a ball game tonight was huge, especially this one. That could have been a real tough one if we ended up losing it somehow.
The Astros survived Bauer's at bat in the 11th. They don't want to tempt fate again. This one to right center field. Down for a hit. Come on. Thomas around third. And the Twins win it on a walk-off by Brian Dozier.
Brian Dozier delivered 3 times in last night's marathon for Minnesota, capped by his walk-off single in the 13th. Twins second baseman in the midst of his most successful stretch at the plate in the big leagues. Picture perfect night for baseball at Target Field. And the Twins and Astros resume their series this evening in a matchup of youth against experience on the mound. Rookie Kyle Gibson goes for Minnesota against 34-year-old Eric Bedard. Welcome to Twins Baseball on Fox Sports North. Well, Brian Dozier's only hitting .236 this season for the Twins, but with runners in scoring position as they were last night, he leads the Twins with a .301 average. He extended his career-high hitting streak to 9 games in a row last night, Roy.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty strong .236 that this young man is hitting, because he has been very, very good in big situations, driving in very, very big, important runs. None, of course, bigger than last night's. He's worked so hard with hitting coach Tom Brunansky, and you can see he's got a very quick, strong bat. He can pull the ball over the fence, and as he gets better and better at going the other way in tough situations like last night, I think we're looking at a young man can hit .270, .280, .290 in this league and drive in a bunch of runs.
Dozier, 4 separate hit streaks of 6 games or more, tied for the most in the major leagues in that span. Up next, Dick and Bert offer their insight on the kid from Greenfield, Indiana, rookie right-hander Kyle Gibson. It's the Twins and Astros tonight from Target Field.
North is presented by Northland Ford. Visit northlandford.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. And by Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards. To build a winning streak. Kyle Gibson making the start for the Twins in Game 2 with the Houston Astros. A perfect night weather-wise here at Target Field. Game 2 between the Twins and the Astros. Dick and Bert with you for the game. And yeah, Kyle Gibson's going to get the ball for the Twins tonight in the hopes that he can, for however many starts he has left, continue to take strides towards a full and effective season next year.
Yeah, Kyle Gibson's making his 7th major league start. In his first 6 starts, I think what we've seen is a certain pattern. The key importance for Gibson here tonight, get ahead in the count, not only with the fastball, but use all your pitches. One thing Gibson's had trouble with is the second time around through the lineup, opponents hitting .426. Second time around in the lineup, and stay away from multi-run innings. 10 innings in his 33 starts, or innings pitched, he has allowed a run, but 8 multi-run innings.
Hoping for a little damage control tonight as the Twins hope to pull out another win in front of their home crowd. The fireworks went off a little bit later than expected last night because of the 13-inning game. But everybody left here happy last night, and the Twins hope that Kyle Gibson can give them a really good chance to win again here in tonight's game. Cole Porter in his first year with the Astros as their manager. Came to Houston after a couple of years on Davey Johnson's staff with the Washington Nationals. The Menards batting order for the Astros, and not many names that you will recognize. Jonathan Villar leading off. Jose Altuve batting second, playing second. Jason Castro third. Chris Carter, Brent Wallace, Matt Dominguez, Robbie Grossman, Brandon Barnes, and L.J. Hose.
Well, Dick, because of the 13 innings and the 7 innings used by that bullpen to get to the win for the Twins, Kyle Gibson hopefully can go deep into the ball game here. You look at his numbers. Twins are 3-3 in his 6 starts. Kyle looking for his 3rd major league win. Only 2 of his 6 previous starts, quality starts. So Twins need a quality start here tonight from the young right-hander.
And the Northland Ford defense for the Twins. Oswaldo Arcia left, Clint Thomas in center, Ryan Doman in right, Trevor Plouffe, Doug Bernier, a late addition. Pedro Flormone's got a sore left wrist. Brian Dozier, Chris Colapello, Justin Morneau's a designated hitter, and Joe Mauer behind the plate. DJ Rayburn behind the plate. He'll try to peek over Joe Mauer to call balls and strikes. How much taller Joe is than the home plate umpire.
I'll tell you what, that game was 4.5 hours, and Bob Davidson, you know, he's been in baseball for 34 years umpiring. That's a long time to stand behind home plate like he did last night.
Up and away, ball 1 to VR.
Mentioned that last night. VR, a guy you want to keep off the bases. A lot of stolen bases in the minor leagues, and this is only his 12th game, and he has already 5 stolen bases.
Sharp single to center on the 2nd pitch of the game. And a leadoff hit for the Astros. That'll bring up Altuve.
Well, Gibson trying to get that fastball. Not a lot of movement, and VR hitting it right back up the middle for his first hit of the series.
Seen Gibson give up a few hits in his recent starts and some home runs. No home runs allowed in his first 4 starts, and 2 each in his last 2. A dozen hits in his last 11 innings over the last 2 starts. Altuve takes low, ball 1. Gibson staring, odd as it might seem, directly into the sun, with the canopy shadow behind him between the mound and second base. You can see he's well, anybody who's driven a car, you lower the visor, and in driving conditions like this, there goes the runner, swing and a miss. Mauer's throw on 1 hop, not in time. VR with a steal of second.
Yeah, VR again, only his 12th major league game, already with his 6th stolen base in 8 attempts. Got a great jump by Gibson. Has that little bit of a high kick right there. A good throw by Joe Mauer. Outstanding 1 hopper, but Millar ends up stealing second base.
1-1 to Altuve.
Altuve not playing in the ball game last night, bothered a little bit by a quad pull.
Down and away, 2-1. See the shadows spreading across target field from foul pole to foul pole.
Altuve from Venezuela, 23 years old, in his 3rd season with the Astros. One of the guys that the Astros were counting on going into this year.
Tapped wide of third, 2-2.
There weren't that many guys they were counting on having a good year. Altuve last year, 147 games, he hit .290.
Made the All-Star team. Eduardo Perez, bench coach, son of Hall of Famer Tony Perez. Was Tony in Cooperstown?
No, he was not.
Okay.
When we were in Miami, I asked Tony if he was going to be there, and other things came up, so he was not there. What a nice man, though, and also his son, Eduardo, maybe a future manager one day.
Inside to Altuve, 3-2. Gibson hoping to get into some kind of a rhythm here.
Well, Gibson has all 4 pitches, a good sinking fastball, that 4-seam fastball, so almost 2 pitches in one. He'll mix in a slider, curveball, and a changeup.
Fly to center. And fighting the sun is Thomas. He's got to go back, and he can't make the play. And it's a ground rule double and a 1-0 Astros lead. Thomas cut over and then went back and was staring right up into the sun. And it's a quick 1-0 lead for Houston.
Yeah, what was trouble for Gibson, and that's what you were talking about, that sun setting, and that's what the trouble was for Thomas out in center field. You see the brightness of the sun directly over home plate. Altuve hitting the ball sharply, but Thomas got a very late jump, just comes up a bit short. Ball bounces out of the ballpark for the ground rule double. See the route that he took. You can see that he did not see that ball right off the bat. Altuve picking up his 35th RBI, and it's a 1-0 Astros lead.
And now Juan Castro. Taking low, ball 1.
That's what Gibson ran into trouble in his last start in Seattle, just falling behind. That's why in that scouting report I said get ahead with, hey, if your fastball's good enough early in the ball game, get strike 1. So much easier to pitch when you can get that count in your favor.
2-0.
And that's what we saw, 2-0. Now you're running into trouble. You have to come in with a pitch, and he did give up a couple of home runs in his last start.
Nick Franklin, the most damaging blow, a 3-run home run. Michael Saunders also hit one.
Yeah, Twins lost that ball game 6-4.
3-0. Gibson really struggling here. 10 pitches, 4 strikes, 2 base hits. One of the problems he had in Seattle too was pitching from the stretch. It seemed like the entire ball game. A couple of leadoff singles first couple innings, then a 1-out single in the 3rd. Home run and a single to start the 4th. Only in the 5th did he get in any kind of a rhythm, and he had a 1-2-3 inning. Down the middle, a strike, 3-1.
I remember, Dick, when I used to warm up, I didn't like to throw a lot of in the stretch out in that bullpen because I figured during the ball game I was going to be in the stretch all the time. So I wanted to feel like it was in the windup. No, there's some days that you just don't feel as comfortable in the stretches as a windup, and those are the days you end up always having runners on.
3-2. Gibson still looking for the first out of the ball game.
Yeah, Gibson has a good fastball, but not an overpowering fastball. He doesn't have that 96 to 98 mile an hour fastball. So even though he throws a good fastball, 92 to 95, he has to hit his spots. And he and Joe Mauer, that's what Joe's going to try to do, is expand the strike zone, but keep the ball down in the strike zone.
Struck him out.
Good fastball out over the plate. A big strikeout right there for Gibson. So Gibson picking up a strikeout, his 19th in 34 innings pitched.
As we said last night, the Astros striking out an awful lot, just about 1 strikeout for every inning played. And tonight's Cold Hard Facts brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. The Astros coming into play today, 1,014 strikeouts. There's no one close to the Astros in terms of team strikeouts. And again, we talked about how many times the Braves struck out when we were in Atlanta, and there are almost 100 strikeouts behind the Astros.
But the Braves are also in first place by 11.5 games over the Washington Nationals in that National League Eastern Division. Here's a guy that strikes out a lot. 144 times already this year for Chris Carter in 336 at-bats.
That's remarkable.
But 19 home runs. You remember when he was with the Oakland A's, he kind of came up that way. A lot of power, but also a lot of swing and misses.
1-1.
With the A's last year, he hit 16 home runs and hit only 239 in 67 ball games.
John Malley, the hitting coach. Here's a liner to Plouffe and a look over to second. 2 down. And that'll bring up Brett Wallace. Wallace strikes out more than once every 3 times. You know, Twins fans have seen it too. The less experienced hitter that stands in the box, the more apt they are to strike out. Oswaldo Arcia was sent down because he was striking out too much. Chris Parmelee, and now recently Aaron Hicks.
Right. You know, when you first come up, you want to leave an impression. You want to make a good impression right off the get-go. You're a little more aggressive. I think one thing we have seen, and we talked about him in the pregame and at the top of the show, Brian Dozier. Dozier's doing a better job of making contact. He knows that second base is his now, and he's just feeling more comfortable.
1-0 to Wallace. Breaking pitch, tap foul.
Now, Wallace, 26 years old, fourth season with the Astros, but all 4 years up and down. This year, 60 games played down in AAA. He hit .326, good minor league numbers. A career 300 hitter in the minor leagues, but now at the major league level getting an opportunity.
Missed inside, 2-1. 20 pitches already for Gibson. 10 strikes, 10 balls.
Gibson, 25 years old, 6'6", just over 200 pounds. Has a good job, does a good job of creating that downward plane when that sinking fastball really stays down in that strike zone. Like that.
2-2.
About 2/3 of his outs so far in his first 6 starts have come on ground ball outs. That's a good pitch right there. See the movement and the location.
Bottle that one, right? If he can keep repeating pitches like that. 2-2 to Wallace. Gibson hoping to give up runs just one at a time. Talked about that in the open. Altuve got a big double, hit it to the center field fence against the much taller Kyle Gibson.
Yeah. Altuve just 5'5".
Full count to Wallace. A high fly to right field. Ryan Doman will wait a long time. He squeezes it to end the inning. A couple of hits on a run very early on against Kyle Gibson tonight. Umpire relieved that the Twins ended a losing streak last night, hoping they can start building a winning streak. The Menards batting order has Brian Dozier in the leadoff spot. And Joe Mauer, Justin Morneau, Ryan Doman, Trevor Plouffe, Oswaldo Arcia, Chris Colabello, Lee Thomas, and Doug Bernier.
I think tonight for the Twins offense, it's patience. Have patience against Eric Bedard. Now, here's a guy that walks a lot. He'll strike out a lot of batters. See 52 walks in 103 innings pitched, 95 strikeouts. He's a guy that'll pitch 5 or 6 innings, get that pitch count up there right around 100, making his 20th start for the Astros. Signing as a free agent, came to spring training, made the club out of spring training for the Astros.
Not just 3 hits for Dozier last night, 3 key hits. 1 to left field, 1 to center field, and 1 to right field. The 1 to right drove in Lee Thomas with the winning run in the 13th. That one hit a ton to left, but foul. Dozier's next home run will be his 10th, and he nearly clicked on it here in the first inning.
Well, Bedard's given up 14 home runs, 12 of those to right-handed hitters. So Bedard, see this pitch right here. One thing we've seen from Brian Dozier, really quick inside. That's why I think that at bat in the 13th inning, that was a good pitch down and away that he just went to right field with to hit the game-winning RBI.
1-1 to Dozier. Breaking pitch missing, 2-1. Bedard, one of those lefties, seems like there are 3 or 4 of them in the game at any one time. They just kind of tease you.
Well, he's a veteran. He has over 200 major league starts.
This to right center field, hit towards the gap. And that ball's going to carry him off the wall. Dozier around second. He's digging for third. He's in with a triple. A little misplay in right by L.J. Hose. Dozier saw it and took the extra base.
I was just going to say that. That's what Dozier saw as he rounded first base. He was watching the outfielders play that ball off the wall. And Hose had a little trouble, little juggle out there, and that's what Brian saw, and he took off for third. Ball outer half of the plate. Dozier giving it a ride against the wall out in right field. And right there, Hose going after it. He gets it. Watch a little fumble right here. A little fumble. That's what Dozier saw. And he's at third base with nobody out. His third triple of the year. That's why you run hard out of the box, just like that. You can make it over to third with his speed.
And they will give Dozier credit for a triple. Tying run at third, nobody out. Mauer at the plate. Tapped it foul. 1 strike. You know, I think what we're seeing, Bert, and at least Twins fans are hoping they're seeing Brian Dozier becoming more of a well-rounded player. And by that I mean at the plate, he almost hit a home run to left, and a couple pitches later, he drove it about 400 feet to right center. And he's using the whole field more and more, it seems, every week.
Hey, he's getting a little more comfortable. He's starting to really enjoy being a big leaguer.
1 strike to Mauer. Infield playing back. They'll concede the tying run here. 1-1.
Well, these guys, Mauer and Morneau, very good numbers against Eric Bedard. Left-handers hitting 300 against him. Right-handers only 239. Joe Mauer 6 for 19, a .316 batting average against Bedard, where Morneau 11 for 29, hitting .379 against Eric Bedard.
Tapper right side. Dozier's going to come home. Mauer's retired. It's 1 apiece. Another productive out. Joe Mauer gets paid a lot of money to get hits, but when he's been retired in this series, he's done some damage.
Well, he had the sacrifice fly yesterday, put the Twins up 1-0, and here, even though it wasn't hit hard, he does tie the game with the RBI, his 38th of the year.
Base is empty. Tie ball game. Morneau at the plate. And a strike called on the outside corner. Seems strange to say this about a veteran like Morneau, but the thing we just said about Dozier, we're starting to see more and more of from the veteran Justin Morneau, hitting the ball harder to the opposite field than he has at any time this year. Swing and a miss there. 2 strikes.
I think what we saw, you know, you got to go back a ways. When Justin, when he won the MVP in 2006, how many of his drives were the other way at the Metrodome? How many home runs the other way? You know, that's the type of hitter that when he is swinging a bat good, he'll go that way, and then all of a sudden here goes that high fly ball to right field for a home run.
Foul back.
Bedard kind of went sidearm with that pitch right there. Give you a couple looks, kind of 3/4, and then he'll drop down a little bit with his release point. Bedard, 34 years old, his first season with the Astros. Came up with the Orioles back in 2002. Has also pitched for the Mariners, the Red Sox, and the Pirates.
Check swing and a take. 1-2.
He's had 3 shoulder surgeries, had the Tommy John surgery. He's been on the disabled list numerous times for knee problems, hip problems, so he spent a lot of time on the DL.
Popped up near the plate. Castro back. 2 down. Northland for defense for the Astros. Robbie Grossman in left field. Brandon Barnes in center. LJ Hose in right. Matt Dominguez, a really good third baseman. Jonathan Villar, Jose Altuve, Brett Wallace, and Castro behind the plate. Ryan Dome at the batter.
Dome at a switch hitter, hitting as a right-handed hitter, hitting .279. 241 overall.
Outside, ball 1.
Dome at second on the club in runs batted in with 43 behind Justin Morneau's 55.
A solid stroke to left. Domet has a hit, backhanded by Grossman. And it's a 2-out single for Ryan Domet. A couple of well-hit balls from right-handed batters against Bedard, and another right-handed batter, Trevor Plouffe, will hit next.
Well, he kind of took something off that pitch right there, but you could see the location right about belt high, and a good swing right there by Ryan Domet. This guy's strong right here, Domet. Good contact, hit sharply into left field. Weighted back nicely.
That'll bring up Trevor Plouffe. Plouffe hitting lefties at a .344 clip, best on the team, even better than Joe Mauer, who's hitting them at a .330 clip. His next home run will give him a team leading 11 on the season. Breaking ball over for strike 2.
Showed you the numbers on Bedard. 66 major league wins, 72 losses, making his 14th career start against the Twins.
Another breaking pitch, and Plouffe takes all 3 to end the first inning. A leadoff triple for Brian Dozier, and the Twins answer Houston's run in the first with one of their own.
Up at 1 apiece heading into the second inning. Well, Kyle Gibson is on the hill today for Minnesota, looking to do something for the first time in his big league career, pitch into the 7th inning. Now, I asked Ron Gardenhire what Gibson can do to get deeper into games, and he said, get strike one. He needs to work ahead in the count and really command the strike zone. And when he starts with a first pitch strike, he usually does very well. So, guys, wasn't able to do it yet in the first inning. We'll see what he can do here in the second.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie. Right there, that's his first pitch strike, getting ahead of the hitter. And that's what Ron Gardenhire said, and that's what I said in the scouting report. Get strike one. So much more fun to pitch.
Bernier plants, fires. Look at the stretch and the throw. Colabello almost doing the butterfly stretch at first, and Bernier, aware of Dominguez's speed or lack of it, had time, didn't panic, and delivered a strong throw.
Pedro Flormon was in the original lineup, but he came up with a little bit of a sore wrist, so Bernard getting an opportunity, sets, makes a good throw, and Colabello over there. Look at that stretch.
That's a Ken Herbeck type stretch right there.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't get up for a week. Think you could do that?
No.
We'll do that between innings, see if you can do that.
Good blast to center. That'll drop for a base hit. Well, Twins fans remember very well 1968, the All-Star game in Houston at the Astrodome, and Harmon Killebrew tried to do that, and his lead leg, his spikes didn't catch in the dirt. They slid instead, and Harmon was done for the year.
Yeah. Ouch.
Had to be carried off the field in a stretcher. Grossman with a base hit. Lowe, I'm thinking of whom you've compared Gibson to, Derek Lowe. But Gibson is the type of guy that if he can pound the strike zone, he should get a lot of quick at bats, and consequently should be, at some point in his career, be able to regularly pitch deep into a ball game.
And maybe get some double plays. 3 double plays so far when Gibson's been on the mound in his first 6 starts. This is where you're thinking, if you're a pitcher out there, you're thinking use that 2-seamer down in the zone, get a ground ball right here off the bat of Barnes. And the quicker you do it, you'll keep that pitch count down, so you can do what Jamie was talking about, get deep into the ball game, hopefully into the 7th or more.
Missing Low.
Well, that's not a bad pitch, though. You know, you keep it down in there. That's where you're going to get ground balls, hopefully.
3 so far turned behind Gibson.
Barnes a strikeout prone type of hitter. 72 times he has struck out in 253 at bats. There's that 2-seamer right there. Good pitch. Look at the movement right here. Joe Mauer sitting inside. You can see that late movement, that sinker down.
You see with that movement why, if he keeps it down there, it's literally impossible to lift the ball up and drive it, because all you're looking at is the top half of the ball. 1-1.
Yeah, slipped on the mound right there, but able to make that throw over to first base. On the spin around, he kind of stumbled a little bit. Take a look right here. And that's something that at least you throw the ball. If you do not throw the ball, that is a balk. It's the only base that you have to throw to when you're going to throw the ball. You can fake the second, you can fake the third, but not the first.
2-1. Now you step off the rubber and you can do whatever you want, right?
Right. As long as your foot is contact with the rubber and you go to first, you have to throw it.
Toward the hole and off the glove of Bernier into short left. Will be a base hit. Back-to-back hits by the 7 and 8 batters.
Well, he got the ground ball. It was just to the right of the shortstop.
Before LJ Hose comes to the plate, a reminder that you can be a part of the broadcast by voting for the Arby's Value Player of the Game. Text value, a space, and the player's last name to 234-234. You can let us know who you think had the most value in today's game. tell you the winner in the postgame show. Astros are 4 for 8 against Gibson. Number 9 batter L.J. Hose stands in. A big base hit in the 9th inning against Glenn Perkins. Eventually scored what the Astros were hoping would be the game-winning run. Twins tied it up in the 9th, won it in the 13th. Breaking pitch off the plate, ball 1.
Yeah, Hose just joining the Astros. He came over from the Baltimore Orioles in the Bud Norris trade. Well, 3 days ago. Pinch hit in last night's ball game, got a base hit. Just his second major league hit.
And missing low 2-0. Near already dirtied up, muddied up. 32 pitches for Gibson and 17 strikes. Tapper in front of Plouffe. He'll have to hurry to get one out. Nice stretch again by Colabello. 2 down. Runners move up to second and third.
A nice play by Trevor Plouffe right here. Playing back, he has to come in, get that little short hop, and then on the run, get it over to first base. Colabello again stretching out.
VR, the batter, singled to center on the second pitch of the game and stole second, scored on Altuve's double.
Yeah, Gibson fell behind, came in with a straight fastball, and VR hit that ball right back up the middle.
Missing inside, ball 1. Two and 0. Again, Gibson not just falling behind 1-0, but 2-0 to so many hitters.
Looked like right there, you're trying to be a little bit too fine. You got to let it go. Got to let it go. VR, 22 years old, out of the Dominican Republic. Kind of, you know, he's a slap type hitter. He's looking fastball right here, something that he can hopefully hit hard somewhere.
3-0 with Altuve on deck. Royals beat the Mets in 12 innings this afternoon, 4-3. 3-0 to the leadoff man here in the second inning. Right down the middle of strike.
Well, again, Gibson at 6'6", even though he's in a stretch position. Watch the follow through right here. Doesn't overstride, allows that arm to whip through.
Couple of shakeoffs. Three and 1. Called strike to fill the count. A delayed call by DJ Rayburn.
I know it's early in the ball game, but this is a big out.
Gibson trying to come all the way back from 3-0 to get VR. Foul.
That's why this is a big out. You can see that the Astros have really struggled in this situation. Runners in scoring position.
2 of them out there here in the second inning. Gibson gave up a first inning run. The Twins got it right back in the bottom of the inning. Another 3-2 to VR. They're loaded up now for Jose Altuve. 10 plate appearances, and Gibson's retired only 5 batters. Altuve giving up almost a foot to Gibson in terms of height, but he crunched one to center field.
Yeah, that ball kind of got lost in the sun right there by Thomas. It ends up being a ground rule double, an RBI, and that scored VR. for the first run and the only run. Okay, who's taller, him or Pedroia?
Pedroia.
They have Pedroia listed at 5'7". They have him at 5'5".
Well, that answers your question.
I stood
right
next to Dustin Pedroia. Looks like my son.
Strike called on the outside corner. Altuve stockier, but Astros hope to keep him around and build around him in the coming years.
See, that's one good thing about baseball. It doesn't matter your size. It doesn't matter, whether you're, Randy Johnson, or you're this young man right here. As long as you can play the game, you work hard. 5'5", 170 pounds, signed by the Astros out of Venezuela. This young man has a lot of heart.
1-1. Check swing. 2-1. Twins had a guy, I want to say it was Brian Cates, who's actually shorter than Altuve, 5'4", and he was on the same team in rookie ball with
Luke Van Meel
at 7'2", and they did a picture, and Cates came up to Van Meel's waist, and that was it. And he was the shortstop for Van Meel. 2-1, and now 2-2. 5'4", and it takes 11.2 Altuves to get from home plate to the mound.
That's a lot of Altuves.
Two and two from Gibson to Altuve.
Gibson just wants him out.
Lost the bottom hand on his swing. Capper foul.
I faced Freddie Patek with the Kansas City Royals. He was about that, 5'5", 5'6", and he was built a lot like Altuve. Very powerful. And a lot of great years in a Royals uniform.
Already has over 400 at bats on the season. He's only walked 24 times. 4 of those intentional. Another 2-2 from Gibson. Snap bat and a roller to short. Bernier gobbles it up, fires to first.
Good job.
And a big out. Kyle Gibson retiring Altuve and leaving the bases full. One apiece. Twins will send up Arcia to lead off the second inning. A few starts ago, Eric Bernard pitching against one of his former teams had it going, although he issued 5 walks, gave up some runs. But he had a no-hitter going into the 7th inning.
Yeah, at 109 pitches and asked to come out of the ball game. You can see Bo Porter right there, and Bedard, even though he had the no-hitter going, he said, you know, I'd like to pitch a couple more years. Again, I mentioned it before, 3 shoulder surgeries, the Tommy John, other numerous issues as far as injuries. And even though, you know, it wasn't like in the 8th inning, it wasn't like, you know, even
Arcia drives it deep to center field, to the wall, and it is off the wall or off the glove of Barnes, and now Arcia will dig for a leadoff triple. Barnes may have hurt himself, or he's just frustrated he didn't make the catch. He may have taken a home run away. But the Twins, this doesn't happen very often. We're in the 2nd inning, and they have 2 leadoff triples.
Yeah, second major league triple right here for Arcia, but again, maybe that's a factor. Barnes going up, and
no, he never got the glove on it.
Well, it looked like, you know, again, that sun may be a factor in that. He went up where he thought the ball was, and somehow it got behind him.
Dozier tripled to lead off the 1st and scored in the next at bat. The Astros will play the infield back here for Chris Colabello. You can see Arcia get a long hit against a left-handed pitcher. Breaking ball over, and we've seen Bedard do that to a lot of right-handed batters. A slow breaking ball. He throws Trevor Plouffe on 3 straight to strike him out to end the 1st.
That's why right-handers are only hitting 239 off of Bedard. Again, left-handers 300. It's that hard breaking ball down and in. You kind of give up on it, or you swing over the top of it.
And Castro with a block, 1-1. Arcia with 3 hits. His return to the major league club, 2 last night.
Yeah, go back to Bedard's no-hitter. You know, Bo Porter basically, he said, I've told all my starters they're not going to go over 120 pitches. And Bedard himself said, you know, I had 109 pitches at the time, and you know, I want to pitch a couple more years. I didn't want to blow out my arm just to try to pitch a no-hitter. He still had, what, 8 more outs to get.
Fastball up and away, 2-1. Now, if he'd done it with 1 out in the 9th, there would have been quite a few cocked eyebrows.
I don't think he would have done it if it was that far. But Bedard, you know, he's making over 200 starts. This is his 209th major league start. He has only 1 complete game. And that coming back in 2007 when it was a 2-hit shutout against the Texas Rangers in Arlington.
2-1 to Colabello. Bounce to the right side. And Wallace looks the runner Arcia back, 1 down. Cleve Thomas will bat. You can ask a question online at carsoup.com/baseball. Scott in beautiful Hudson, Wisconsin, wondering how you feel about Bedard pulling himself from the game against the Mariners.
Again, I think you mentioned, Dick, if it's in the 9th inning, you know, or late in the 8th inning, then maybe there's some question mark, but not in the 6th inning when he had 109 pitches and the history that he's had with injuries. I don't see a problem with that at all.
Infield in now for Cleve Thomas. Fastball on the outside corner. Bedard coming off the mound after talking with Bo Porter.
Yeah, I'm going to see the teammates going, wow. Got a no-hitter going. Well, it was Thomas last night that drew the big walk. They ended up scoring the winning run. That allowed Correa to come up and lay down the bunt and then set up Dozier's RBI single.
And he was behind in the count. Thomas was 0-2 at one point. 1 strike here. And now up and away. And, you know, it's easy to say and impossible to prove, but it might have been one of those at-bats that a year ago Cleve Thomas would not have been able to complete as he did and get a free pass that led to the winning run. It seemed like last year when he was up here, at least, there were a lot of very quick strikeouts. When it was 0-2, it almost automatically, it seemed, went to 0-3. Bedard will talk with his catcher. I need to correct myself. The home plate umpire tonight is James Hoy, not DJ Rayburn. So if you want to be mad at the home plate umpire, be mad at James Hoy, not DJ Rayburn. If you want to be mad at me, my name's Dick Breen. 1-1. 2-1. Twins went through stages like this where they'd get somebody, whether it would be a position player or a veteran pitcher trying to prove himself, and then the hope is they do prove themselves and they become a commodity to be traded for a younger player, someone who might be a part of the Astros' future. 2-1. Breaking ball 3-1 with Bernier on deck. And there's nothing to suggest that Bedard wasn't discussed by some teams in leading up to the July 31st trading deadline, or that he'd be ruled out being traded in August sometime. Signed a minor league deal. 3-1. And that's fouled into the seats.
And that's the pitch right there. I think Thomas wanted back right there. Now Bedard, you know, you might go with that breaking ball on 3-2. 3-1 look fastball, and just got underneath it. That, you know, if he gets good wood on it, that's a fly ball. Probably puts the Twins up a run. There's a breaking ball, and it's high.
First and third, one down for Doug Bernier. Bert mentioned Bernier wasn't supposed to start in the ball game. Pedro Florimon was, but Florimon came off the field after batting practice with a sore left wrist. They decided they would give Florimon a day. Start Bernier instead. Berniers done okay. His on-base percentage helped by an intentional walk late in the ball game last night.
He's picked up a couple runs already. Got a chance to pick up another one here.
This one looped behind first. This is going to be tough. Drops in for a base hit. A run will score. Scampering to third is Thomas. And Bernier has a run batted in. His first in the bigs. His first for the Twins.
Kind of a cue shot right here. That high breaking ball, and it just hits down that right field line. And you kind of knew it was trouble right off the get-go. Wallace unable to get to it. The ball had a lot of spin on it. Arcia scores the second run for the Twins as they take a 2-1 lead.
Bernier with two prior runs batted in. He's got three now. And Thomas advances to third. And Dozier, who nearly hit a home run in the first inning, and then two pitches later did crack a triple off the fence in right center field. His drive to left was fouled by plenty, but well over the limestone wall in foul territory. Off the plate, 1-1. Given what we've seen from Dozier in the field, if the average continues to climb, and no one's expecting him to get 3 hits a game, but just more multi-hit games, and if he can finish up strongly this year, Twins would love to cement the middle of their infield. 2-1.
You know, sometimes we only have numbers. Baseball's a numbers game, and you look at Dozier, 4 seasons in the minor leagues. He hit almost a 300 career hitter. So, you know, why can't he do it here? I think a lot of it is, hey, relax a little bit. You come up a system and you come up very quickly, but then you get here and you expect more out of yourself. Just do what you've been doing. And I think Brian Dozier's starting to feel that, feel a little more comfortable.
3-1. That's the one difference between Dozier and Florimon. Dozier in the minor leagues was a hitter. Florimon in the minor leagues wasn't that good of a hitter. So there are doubts as to how high Florimon's ceiling is offensively, and there are fewer doubts, I think, about Dozier in that regard. 3-1 to Dozier. Runners on the corners, and the Twins enjoying a 1-run lead. Pulled foul, and Bernier taking on.
Bernier's got some speed. Now, there's been 3 stolen bases in 4 attempts against Eric Bedard. This, of course, is a left-handed pitcher, and he has a little bit of a turn in his delivery. Tough to run against at times.
Just to back up the numbers we spoke of, Dozier, as Bert said, a .298 hitter in the minor leagues. Florimon, .249 in the minor leagues. Full count to Dozier.
Twins would take that here.
Struck him out, and now Bernier holds up, and we'll see if Thomas is able to. He's going to run all the way back, and now he's going to score. Altuve crashed into Wallace. Thomas scores, and Bernier is safe back at first.
A boxed up play,
and an Astros steal of home by Clete Thomas.
Altuve tried to run down Bernier, and he's got to get rid of that ball right there, right as he's running him back. Get it to Wallace right there, but instead he runs into Wallace, and that allows Thomas to steal home.
A couple of runs so far here in the second. Mauer will hit, drove in a run with a ground ball in the first. Roy Smalley, nice play by Bernier there to slam on the brakes and at least create a situation for the Twins.
Exactly right. He made the exact right play, and Altuve unfortunately made the exact wrong play. And it was interesting that he ran the runner back very, very well, and just when he should have given the ball to the first baseman who was charging for the throw, he took a peek at Thomas, and just that peek allowed the first baseman to get too close to him, and nobody could get to Bernier. So Altuve should have given up the ball a little bit earlier. He was still okay if he hadn't taken that peek at the runner on third base. But when he did, the first baseman was already on the move, and when he looked back at the runner, they were crashing into each other, and Bernier was sliding back into first.
1-1 to Mauer. A fastball down the middle, 1-2.
Well, the Astros coming into today's ball game, 36 wins, 72 losses. So I got a feeling that to get to the point that they're at, they've had a lot of plays like that. They've made 79 errors. Only the Angels have made as many in the American League. That's not an error, but that's more of a mental error.
We've seen it on the Twin side. There are errors and there are mistakes, and either one can cost you runs or a ball game.
We saw it last night with nobody covering second base.
No error, but a big mistake.
Right.
And most of the time it's the mental errors that they don't have a statistic for that are more costly than the physical errors.
Yeah.
2-2 to Mauer.
I think managers or anybody can put up with the physical errors. That's part of the game, booting a ball or whatever, but the mental mistakes.
Mauer grounds it to the left side, and Dominguez has no play at second, and he barely has a play at first. Nice play by Matt Dominguez. The Twins add 2 and lead 3-1. is presented by CenturyLink, your link to what's next. By Grand Casino, the best stories start here. And by Sanford Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, for the everyday competitor in all of us. 3-1 Twins, and get ready for Fox Sports 1, America's new 24-hour sports network. Fox Sports 1 will be your home for great live sports, all the news and highlights you want, shows and specials that only Fox can bring you. America's new sports network is Fox Sports 1, and it comes up in 2 weeks.
All right, now Gibson has a 2-run lead. He's already thrown a lot of pitches. 23 in the first, 23 in the second. You have to attack the strike zone right here. 3 of 11 batters he's faced, he's been able to get strike one. Have a 2-run lead. Stay aggressive in that strike zone. Let it fly right here. Big inning, quick inning.
He's only retired 6 of 11 batters so far, giving up 5 hits and a walk.
There are certain times you go out there and you just let it fly, and this is one of them for Gibson right here, this inning. Make him swing the bat just like that.
There you go. 91 at the knee. Strike one.
That's why when you get some run support, you have to take advantage of it. It makes you more aggressive out on that mound. You're not trying to, keep it at 1-0 or 1-1. Make them swing the bat. 2 pitches, 1 out. That's good.
Olabello to the bag. 1 away. Carter with 144 strikeouts. Castro already over the 100 strikeout mark.
Yeah, the game has changed. Against Napoli, 141 times. How many home runs does he have? Uggla, same thing. Carter, 19 home runs.
But I think within that also in this series, we've seen the value of a productive out like Mauer, who's may strike out 100 times this year for the first time in his career. But ground balls, driving in runs, fly balls, driving in runs, advancing runners. The game has changed, but still there's nothing wrong with putting the ball in play. Something good might happen.
Well, I mentioned it last night. 20 years ago, guys were upset if they struck out 200 times a year or even 100.
Nobody ever did.
No, and in today's game, that's okay. You're up there swinging.
2-0, and Carter takes a strike.
Good breaking ball there.
Hey, congratulations to the other Chris Carter, former Viking wide receiver, inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame today in Canton, Ohio. 1 hopper, 2 Bernier.
There you go. 6 pitches, 2 outs.
And that'll bring up Wallace. Next year's All-Star Game logo has been unveiled. It's time to show your support and excitement. Show your enthusiasm for next year's Midsummer Classic by getting your officially licensed merchandise now. All-Star Game apparel is only available in the merchandise stores at Target Field and at the Twins Pro Shops in Roseville, Apple Valley, and Minnetonka. Be the first in your neighborhood or at the office to sport the All-Star Game logo. Great idea for Christmas gifts, because the All-Star Game isn't until next July. You can get some All-Star gear at Christmas time, and they'll use it next July and many times before then.
I don't like that first pitch to Wallace right there. Again, stay aggressive with the fastball. Make him swing the bat. There you go.
Left center field, hit pretty well out towards the bullpen, and gone. There you go.
Well, there you go. And there it goes. But I think that first pitch put him in that fastball situation. A 2-run lead, rather than aggressively attacking with that fastball, you fall behind, which he's done pretty much to every batter. You're going to sit fastball. That's what Wallace is sitting on right there, a fastball. And he just takes it the other way for his 8th home run of the year. Yeah, I mean, not a bad pitch, but, he hit it the other way. Okay, but what set that up?
Falling behind.
Right.
Strike 1. Another example of having to watch a couple of innings here anyway to determine whether the ball is carrying in this ballpark or not. Last night, it was apparent from the early innings on that the ball wasn't going to carry that well. I thought Dominguez's ball against Perkins was going to be about 10 rows back in left field. It hit the top of the wall and eventually led to the Twins winning the ball game. Now, throughout the first 3 innings here, we've seen balls really carry. Now, allowing for Thomas and the difficulty he had with the sun in the first inning, we have seen Dozier's foul to left, the triple to right center, and now this home run, an opposite field home run to the bullpen area. And tonight, at least, it looks like the ball is really carrying here. Foul tip. Still 2 strikes. I think in that regard, this is, and maybe it's just my impression, but I think this is the most variable ballpark in the American League that way. I can't think of another ballpark where one night it seems like the ball really carries, and another night maybe not so much.
Well, you'll see it at ballparks where day games the ball will fly a little bit better than night games. But especially on the West Coast.
Didn't you think Dominguez's ball was long gone, the one off Perkins in the 9th inning?
Yes, I did. Yep. Well, it was what, maybe a foot from going out.
Right,
anyway,
but it looked like it was going to go, halfway up into the grandstand area.
Right.
And now here, I mean, Wallace is a big, strong guy, but that's an opposite field home run to the bullpen. That doesn't happen too often here at Target Field. Dozier hit one up the wall in deep right center. 2-2 to Dominguez. Hit a ground ball to Plouffe his first time up.
60 pitches already used by Gibson.
So saw Arcia's ball hit off the wall in straightaway center field. Pull foul.
There's a hanger right there.
Another nice crowd in excess of 30,000 here. At least it looks that way to me.
I just see Gibson. I see a guy that needs to be a little more aggressive with the fastball.
And now 3-2. And the pitch count up there. He hasn't completed 3 innings yet, and he's already over 60 pitches. Mentioned at the outset, for however many starts Gibson has left, the Twins hope to see continued improvement. And that is a fair ball right on the chalk line. And Dominguez has a single, and he wants a double, and he'll have that too. A 2-out home run, now a 2-out home run, or a 2-out home run and now a 2-out double.
Yeah, Dominguez with his 17th double, fastball inside, and Dominguez opened up and hit that ball right down that right field line. Plouffe playing a little bit off the line, so that ball ends up almost hitting the chalk line. Bob Davidson, the umpire right there at third base, saying it's a fair ball.
We'll bring up Grossman, who single, got as far as third base in the 2nd inning.
Hey, Bert, I want to ask you a question about Kyle Gibson. You talk about angle, his downward plane, which is great, and pitching mechanics all the time. His mechanics look good to me. Why do you suppose he struggles with control of the fastball as much as he does?
I don't see him driving off that rubber hard enough. I really don't. I don't see the aggressiveness. It looks like he's trying to aim the ball.
Roller up the middle, a base hit, and it'll tie the game. 3 straight 2-out hits for the Astros, and it's 3 apiece.
Like that pitch right there, that had almost no purpose other than just trying to get it over the plate. Didn't have that good giddy up on it. The two-seam sinking fastball that we've seen him do so well in his first couple starts. But over the last couple, 2-3 starts, that fastball kind of straightening out a little bit.
It certainly was in Seattle, the one that he could throw for a strike. He threw a lot. He had an awesome sinker in Anaheim. I mean, unhittable. I don't think I've ever been as impressed with a guy. As we see that ball, that's what you're talking about, Bert. That ball's right down the middle and with very, very little movement.
Yeah, I don't see him drive off that rubber very hard, and I'd like to see a little more aggressive out of that back leg.
Yeah,
and that creates that better movement on that ball.
He had a great sinker in Anaheim, as I was saying, and in Seattle, when he had it down, it was moving real good. But he had a hard time commanding it for strikes in the strike zone. And when he threw it over the plate, it was straight and up, just like these pitches have been almost the whole game tonight.
Astros have a .500 on-base percentage against Gibson tonight. 7 hits and a walk in 16 plate appearances. Brandon Barnes singled in the 2nd. Missing ball 1. Regarding Gibson and how many starts, how many innings, Ron Gardenhire said again today he's been given no directive from Terry Ryan, which means just treat him like everything is fine, and we're going to let him take his turn every 5 days. At some point, though, it wouldn't be surprising to see the Twins say, hey, look, that's enough, or we'll give you 1 or 2 more starts. But that message has not been communicated yet. And Ron Gardenhire said today, you know, let's not forget about Mike Pelfrey. This is his first full year, too. And even though he's a veteran, there may come a time when the Twins say for Pelfrey, you know, that's enough.
Yeah, both of them coming off surgery. Gibson a little bit longer ago than Pelfrey. Gibson right now about 127 innings on the year between AAA and here.
And 1-1.
I just want to see a little more push, a little more aggressiveness. Watch where that foot, it drags a little bit, but I want to see a little more force. I was taught very young in my age. I came up at 19 to be aggressive with that back foot. That's where all your power is. That's where, like a runner, you know, takes off that starting block. You got to be able to push off that rubber.
1-1. Up the middle, another base hit. Grossman rounds second. He'll hold up there. 4 straight 2-out hits for the Astros. They've tied it. Gibson having a very frustrating night here.
Well, I think the last 3 batters, what we've seen is, you know, he fell behind on the third baseman. They got the double, and then right here, just look at the location. That ball running right back into the swing. Location, location, location.
8 hits already for the Astros. Nice block by Mauer. O.J. Hose with a bouncer to Plouffe his first time up.
He tried the slider right there. And Mauer does a good job of keeping it in his glove.
In the dirt again. Gardenhire saying this afternoon that Joe Mauer said he wanted to catch Gibson today, even though he caught 13 innings last night. Mauer realizes that Gibson is a part of the Twins' future, and he wants to get to know him and get a feel for what he likes to do and what works and what doesn't.
Remember, I said at the beginning of this inning, be aggressive. 6 pitches, 2 outs. Well, this is going to be his 18th pitch to try to get the 3rd out.
2-0. Swarzak warming up in the pen here in the 3rd inning. A strike, 2-1. Three and 1. Managed to get 6 innings from Lester or Samuel DeDuno in the ball game last night.
He's maybe 1 pitch away from coming out of the ball game.
Chopped foul. 3-2. Gibson making his 7th start, shortest start 5 innings at a couple of times, longest start 6 innings 3 times. Full count to L.J. Hose. Up the middle and through for another hit. And the Astros will take a 4-3 lead. 9 hits already for Houston. And Gibson's only recorded 8 outs.
Last 3 hits right back up the middle because of the location of that pitch. Hose picking up his 2nd RBI on the season. Just joining again the Houston Astros from the Baltimore Oriole organization. See where that pitch is right there. Like batting practice right now.
Five straight 2-out hits. It started with Wallace's opposite field home run. Then double, single, single, single after that. Tom Kelly would have called that a tokie. An attempt at a tokie. One strike.
I have no idea what a tokie is. Did he
Like
say
a
what
token hit. I think that's what he means by that. One strike. Like, I got mine. If I drive in a run, great. If I don't, but I got my hit. I think that's what that means.
Oh, being greedy.
Hose dives back. Gibson hasn't faced fewer than 5 batters in an inning. That was back in the first inning. 6 batters in the second. And now the 8th batter he's facing here in the 3rd inning. He's going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, all this coming with 2 outs again.
1 strike. And now 2 strikes. When Tom did one of the games against Kansas City the other night, Mike Pelfrey was starting, and it was a struggle for Mike. And finally, the Twins pulled the plug after the 3rd inning. And I asked Tom about it. He says, "Yeah, you just get to a point as a manager where you realize it's not going to get any better, and you still have the obligation to win the ball game." The difference in this situation, the Twins have gone through the Pelfrey start. Bullpen pitched 7 innings last night.
Well, I also mentioned stay away from the multi-run inning, and that's what Gibson found himself here again in the 3rd inning. Coming into this game, he's given up 24 runs, and 18 of them in the 3rd and 4th inning. There are the pitches right there.
Given up 5 hits and a walk the 2nd time through the order.
Well, again, you know, 2nd time through the lineup, opponents coming into this ball game hitting .426 against him. And that average going up after this inning.
2-2. Runner at first goes. Mauer looks at second, looks at third, a stolen base for Hose, and another full count. And I think Kyle Gibson probably realizes this next pitch better be a good one, because it might very well be his last.
Yeah, Hose getting a stolen base, his first career stolen base at the major league level.
Full count to VR. Chopper foul. Not a good stat when you're facing the other guy's leadoff hitter for the 3rd time and you're only in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, 7 3-ball counts to the 19 batters he has faced.
Fouls it to the screen. Andrew Albers is going to make the start Tuesday in Kansas City. Showed up at the ballpark today. Will be making his major league debut.
I'm looking forward to watching him pitch. Crafty lefty.
3-2. And finally it ends. A strikeout. 8-man bat, 3 score, and it's 4-3 Houston. ball game and see what the Twins can do after.
Well, it's like a father and a son right there. Sometimes you have to scold your son. You have to let him stay aggressive. You know, trust your stuff. Get that ball down in the strike zone, and then walk away.
Ron Gardenhire, you can see patting Gibson on the back. Morneau leads off the Twins' third against Bedard. Strike one on the outside corner. Morneau, Doman, and Plouffe. Tigers have a 3-0 lead over the White Sox in the fourth inning at Comerica Park. Tigers on quite a roll.
Cabrera held out again in that lineup. Still bothered by that hip problem.
Two ways to look at it if you're the Indians and the Royals and you're playing your best baseball of the season, but you can't pick up any ground on Detroit, so that on the one hand is frustrating. But the other way of looking at it, here are the Tigers taking off on a tear, and they're not pulling away. In other words, you can withstand a hot Tiger streak if you play good baseball yourself, and you still find yourself in the race. If the Indians or Royals weren't playing very good baseball right now, either or both of them might be facing elimination here pretty soon.
Yeah, Tigers winning 9 of their last 10 ball games, and Max Scherzer on the mound tonight for the Tigers with that 3-0 lead.
2-2 to Morneau leading off the Twins' third. Yep, we're just in the third inning in a game that's about an hour and 20 minutes old. Castro doesn't even catch that one. 3-2.
Well, Justin, again, good numbers against Eric Bedard. 11 hits in 30 at-bats.
Full count. And fouled back.
He threw him a changeup right there on 3-2.
A lot of Canadians in the house. Bedard, Canadian from Ontario. Justin from British Columbia. Albers from Saskatchewan, I believe, right?
Right, Saskatchewan, yep.
Scott Diamond sent down to make room for Albers, another Canadian.
North Battleford, Saskatchewan, for Albers.
Another 3-2 pitch to Morneau. And it's past a reaching Altuve. Morneau with a base hit leading off the third. Aaron Hicks sent down. Marcia called up from Rochester. Diamond and Albers switch teams. Actually, Ron Gardenhire today about the Rochester team. You know, they got off to a slow start, and it looked like it was going to be another lost season in Rochester, New York. But Gene Glynn has done a great job with the AAA team, getting them finally to 500, and now they've just streaked past the 500 mark and might be in line for a championship this year. It's been a rather dramatic turnaround on the team front in Rochester, New York.
And then Josh Willingham's going to join them here probably, you know, early next week. So you'll have Willingham, Hicks, and Parmalee
in the outfield. 1-0 to Doman. Twins trying to at least get the tying run back here in the third.
Well, Doman got a fastball from Bedard, got a base hit in his first at bat. Bedard in the month of July made 5 starts, 0-5, but a very good 3.86 earned run average. Didn't get a lot of run support.
Right field, hanging in the air for Hose. 1 away. And let's check in with Jamie Hirsch.
Thanks, Dick and Bert. Well, speaking of Josh Willingham and our Sanford Health injury report tonight, he's the subject. Today, running the bases for the first time since he had knee surgery on June 5th. He said, I'm back up to running 10 miles per hour. So always keeping a happy-go-lucky attitude. He said he felt great out there, and he's hoping to join the team on their most recent upcoming road trip He says he'll join AAA Rochester for Monday's game, see how that goes, and if all goes well, he's hoping to be with the team in Chicago on Friday.
Thank you, Jamie. Working with Lanning Tucker, who's been the director of rehab for the Twins and working a lot with Willingham. And just that little slide right there doesn't look like much, but remember that's how he tweaked the knee in the first place. So everything seems to be on track for Josh Willingham.
Boy, he's got that big brace covering that knee, too.
1 strike to Plouffe, who was called out on strikes on 3 pitches in his first at bat in the first inning. And now a ball, 1-1. The plan is for Willingham to go out on a rehab assignment, leave tomorrow, and play Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, possibly Thursday, and then report for duty Friday in Chicago when the Twins have a split doubleheader. That's if all goes according to plan. Bouncer to Dominguez. 5-4-3, a double play, and the Twins are done on the third. Pepsi fans of the game, that man's already on board promoting the 2014 All-Star game here at Target Field. And Twins fans hoping that a call to the bullpen will get things turned around here. It's not been a good night for Twins pitcher Kyle Gibson, and his night is done. Anthony Swarzak comes out of the pen.
Yeah, again, Gibson, 7 starts. That's his shortest outing, 3 innings, and gave up 9 hits, 4 runs, all earned. Home run allowed, but now the bullpen, hopefully they can do what they did last night so well. So when they worked 7 innings, gave up only 1 run. Anthony Swarzak making his 33rd relief appearance. He worked here on Thursday against Kansas City, 3 shutout innings. That's what the Twins would like to get out of him here tonight.
Left for Gibson to do but watch. Swarzak delivers ball 1. Altuve, Castro, and Carter here in the Houston 4th inning. And a strike. Everybody but Swarzak was used last night, and as it's turned out, probably a good thing since they had to bring him in early tonight.
Yeah, Swarzak, you know, I mean, he started for the Twins at one time, a guy that is kind of used in a situation. Done a very good job. He's been 32 appearances. He's worked 67 2/3 innings.
Yeah, strike call 2-2. Brian Dunsing was also not used.
Swarzak kind of ideally suited for this kind of role, guys, because he's almost like a second starter in this game, and
Bello chasing it and coming up a step short and still falls into the stands.
Good effort right there by Chris Calaballo.
Last night the bullpen picked up the game in the 7th, not knowing that we'd play 13.
Yeah, everybody in that bullpen. Perkins the only one that allowed a run, but 7 very good innings. No walks with 6 strikeouts. And as Ryan Presley had 2 shutout innings, got the win.
Swarzak shaves the corner, gets a called 3rd strike, 1 down.
And a good example of what I started to say, guys. He's kind of like a second starter and expected hope that he'll pitch a lot of innings. And he's got 4 pitches. He's got starter kind of stuff, so he can throw that slider right there. He's also got a big curveball, a good fastball, and a change. So starter stuff here in the 4th inning, second starter stuff, and he's filled that role, as you say, Bert, really, really well for the ball club.
Jason Castro, the batter. And strike 1.
Yeah, guys like Swarzak get overlooked sometimes. You know, the importance of what a long man means to a ball club, because there are going to be, you know, a dozen, maybe 20 times throughout a 162-day schedule that starter only goes maybe 3 or 4 innings. So who's going to pick up the slack? And that's where Swarzak and it was Casey Thien earlier this year. Now he's kind of down to 1 inning.
Well, if you're in this role, you want to gravitate toward either end of the game. You know, you'd be better for your career if you moved to the starting rotation or moved toward the end of the bullpen. But pitching in the 4th, 5th, and 6th inning here is a lot better than starting in Rochester.
Well, you know, Anthony Swarzak had the opportunity to start, but it didn't work out for him. 6-17 in 28 major league starts. But as a reliever, you know, an ERA 3.7. Done a better job in this role. And he picks up 2 straight strikeouts. That one they call 3rd strike. Working inside.
That was a good pitch right there. I don't know about strike 3 to Altuve, but that one was a strike. Couple of called 3rd strikes, and Carter, strikeout prone, stands in. Check swing, ball 1.
You know, if you're a hitter and you knock the starter out and then the next guy comes in the 4th inning, you just don't expect to have to figure out 4 pitches. And I think that's one of the reasons why he's been successful in the long man role. He may not be as good in the 5th or 6th inning as a starter, but in the 2nd or 3rd inning of his relief role, while he's still throwing 4 different pitches to guys that haven't seen him that much, that can be very, very effective, obviously.
2-0. Now 3-0. Talked about Carter and all the strikeouts. He's also walked 48 times and 336 at-bats.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at Swarzak pushing off that pitching rubber, how he explodes home, and hopefully we'll do that next inning. So a quick 1-2-3 inning for Swarzak.
Done exactly what the Twins needed to be done, and that is restore some order to the middle inning. 4-3. Kyle Gibson knocked out after 3 innings.
Well, your job as a pitching coach is to try to get, stay that positive thought, and that's what Rick Anderson's trying to get, Kyle Gibson. Even though it was a rough outing, get ready for the next one by staying aggressive. Talk about it, and then, you know what, get ready. Work a little bit harder.
If Oswaldo Arcia is going to hit for the cycle tonight, he got the triple out of the way in his first at bat. Inside, ball 1. Clubbed one off the center field fence and got the second leadoff triple for the Twins in as many innings. Dozier got one and scored in the first. 1-0 from Eric Bedard to Oswaldo Arcia. 2-0. Swing and a miss, 2-1.
A little cutter down and away by Bedard in a fastball situation. Well, Bedard with the Orioles, he might have been their best pitcher back in the 2006-2007. 2 years he won 28 ball games, lost only 16, and then the shoulder issues started to rise for him.
That's a right side. It's going to be a foot race to the bag, and Arcia beat it out. Yep. Great hustle by Arcia. And he's got his single to go along with his triple.
Well, Bedard a little lazy getting over there. You have to get over there and beat that runner to first base. You expect your first baseman to go to his right, which Wallace does, and then Bedard, you can see, not over by the bag quick enough. A good hustle by Arcia, beats it out.
The other thing, Bart, he didn't take a great angle. You can see he's running right at the base and had to slow down a little bit. Where when I watch you pitchers do it in pitchers fielding practice, you run to the line first and then run down the line, so you're running hard as you catch the ball.
That's always a tough play, though. You'd like your first baseman to get the ball to you a little quicker, so you don't have to try to find the ball and the bag at the same time. And that's maybe why he slowed up, because he did not receive the ball yet. Knew he had to almost become a first baseman.
1-0 to Colabello. Another breaking pitch, missing the inside corner.
As a pitcher going over there, you want to hustle to the bag, and wherever you're at, you're going to go directly to the bag, but there's that little cutout right there by the bag, right there, and that's what you want. You want the ball to you as soon as you hit the dirt. You don't want to get to the bag and then look for the ball, because it's hard to look for the ball in the bag at the same time. So I think Wallace should have fed him a little quicker than he did.
3-0 Colabello.
Again, let's take a look right here. See Wallace underhanding it. I want a hard throw right there to me. And you see what Bedard was trying to do. Let me have it. I mean, give it to me before I get to the bag so I can catch the ball in my glove and then look for the bag.
It's about a 30-foot underhand toss.
Right. He's got to throw that harder at me. Throw it through my chest.
3-0 to Colabello. Might be green lighted. Takes one down the middle. Strike one.
And it wasn't that, I take it back, it wasn't that Bedard didn't get over there quick enough. It was more Wallace not giving him a quick feed.
3-1 to Colabello.
He pulled the string right there in a fastball situation. Again, Bedard, a veteran type pitcher, doesn't want to, give him a cookie right there, especially to Colabello, who has a lot of power. Pull the string on a 3-1 pitch.
Walked him last night, just his second walk on the year in over 50 at bats. So Bedard knows Colabello is up there to swing the bat. Teased him with a breaking pitch and got a swinging strike two.
2 usually means breaking ball. And it's a fastball.
bring up Cleve Thomas. MLB.TV celebrates 11 years. You can catch the rest of this season in stunning HD quality. Watch every out-of-market game live on more than 350 mobile and connected devices. Visit MLB.TV today. MLB.TV, baseball everywhere. Thomas walked and scored in the second. Thomas has drawn a couple of walks in this series. The big one in advance of the sacrifice bunt by Kevin Correa and the base hit by Brian Dozier. So he's walked in his last 2 plate appearances.
And he has scored in his last 2 plate appearances.
1-1.
Guys, those first 2 at-bats here of this inning, pretty interesting. I think we saw great examples of the difference between the big leagues and AAA. One of the best examples, Arcia got 3 straight changeups, taking advantage of an old crafty guy, taking advantage of young guys' aggressiveness. Colabello got a 3-1 changeup. You just don't see that down there at AAA that much.
Almost waited as long as he could, hit the off-speed pitch off the end of the bat.
Yeah, another changeup right there.
1-2.
So what we have seen from Bedard is a fastball in the low 90s, 92, 93, like he threw to Colabello that struck him out. But then the changeup at 74, so a nice difference. And then the curveball. I'm not going to try to say what this is anymore because I thought curveball like there usually means, but I guess maybe they use it as a fastball. And they do.
Foul tip, and Castro can't hang on. Still 1-2.
You know, different pitchers like different things. Maybe, you know, the one might be a curveball, the 2 a fastball. You know, we see Joe Mauer go through more than one sign with a runner at first base because some base runners will peek in and they see a 2, they may run. And maybe with a runner on, they use another sign. There's a 3. No, go back to the 2, which has meant fastball. And it looked like a little cutter. So I have no idea what their signs are.
Almost swung the bat like he was swinging a sickle, cutting weeds. Still alive, 1-2.
Bedard's always been a strikeout pitcher, averaging almost a strikeout per inning in his career. Almost 1,100 major league strikeouts.
Got it.
And there's a good curveball there.
2
Throws
down.
him.
And that'll bring up Bernier.
Strikeout number 4 for Bedard.
Famed car customizer Ryan Friedlinghouse and his crew at West Coast Customs continue to do the impossible. They take common vehicles from ordinary to extraordinary in West Coast Customs. Each episode brings viewers inside one of the most dynamic car shops in the world. Don't miss a new episode on Sunday.
Still wish I had my '56 Merc. See what they could have done with it. That's my first car.
With how many thousands of miles on it?
Didn't matter.
Yeah.
It was $150.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I stepped up in class. I paid $250 for mine.
And what did you have?
It was
Your
a
first vehicle.
62 Chevy Bel Air. Bel Air had AM radio. Near swings and misses, 0-2. And that was about it for luxury. You know, back in those days, you had the steel dashboards. You know, if you were ever in an accident, you had no chance. You know, no chance at all to walk away.
I was safe in my Merc.
Yeah,
that was a tank.
2 strikes. Foul tip, and Castro can't hang on. See, I'm picturing your first car, and you may have been the first guy to ever have a car that had one of those little dangling air fresheners hanging from the radio now.
No,
those little pine tree.
I didn't need the air freshener. I rolled down the windows.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Wouldn't have done any good anyway.
2 strikes to Bernier. Marcia still at first after his infield hit.
Roy, as Paneer steps out, what was your first vehicle?
I was telling Dick about it on the road trip. I had a 1962 Falcon Ranchero.
Wow. Cruising, baby.
289, 4 on the floor, baby.
Jamie Hirsch in the Minnesota Lottery Winners Circle with a big group from really all over the world. We've got a giant bright yellow Circle Me Bert sign. Nancy, whose idea was it to come up with this sign and make it so large?
It was just a way of everybody getting together from all over and meeting and having a good time out tonight. So,
well, it looks like you guys are having a great time. We're hoping to make your night even better by giving you $100 worth of scratch-offs from the Minnesota Lottery.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We all appreciate that. We're sharing. We've already decided that. So,
well, that sounds like a great plan. Nice to meet you. Enjoy the ball game.
Thank you.
Hey, great find, Cheney. They're right down that left field line. You can't miss it. And you are all hereby circled. Welcome to a Target Field.
Now, what do you suppose they mean by sharing? That they're going to have 10 people, they're each going to get 10 lottery tickets? Or they're going to open them all up, and if they win $50,000,
they're going to share.
They're going to share the 50 grand. I would hope that's what they mean.
Yes.
Brent Wallace started the two-out rally for the Astros with an opposite field home run. Then Dominguez doubled, Grossman, Barnes, Hose all singled, and before Kyle Gibson could put the lid on the third inning, the Astros had a 3-run inning and had taken a 4-3 lead. The line foul. Dave Clark watches it roll by. Two and one to Wallace. It is 8th home run of the year to the bullpen area in left center. 3 and 1.
Well, Wallace has some power. 11 home runs in AAA this year in 60 ball games. 74 minor league home runs in 6 minor league seasons. And the Astros, losing 2 of every 3 ball game they played this year, but letting these young kids getting some hacks in and seeing what they have.
You know, we talked last night a little bit about how the Twins did that in 1982. They just let Herbeck and Laudner and all those guys play, and they struck out a lot, and they lost a lot of ball games. But 5 years later, they won the World Series. And then in late 90s, they kind of did the same thing. Hunter, Jones, Pierzynski, all those guys. But it doesn't always work. The Twins went through that stage with you know, Rich Becker and Scott Stahoviak and Todd Walker and guys like that, and the results weren't very good. So you can do that. You can take that approach, but you'd better have some players to take advantage of it and improve steadily as they get more time in the big leagues.
Well, it's kind of what the Twins have kind of gone through this year, you know, giving the opportunity to Hicks and Parmalee and some of these guys, even Dozier, Florimone, you know, Plouffe, even though, you know, he hit some home runs last year, he's getting a chance to play every day. Arcia now coming up. There's a lot of young talented kids still biting at the bit down in the minor leagues for the Twins, and that's what the Houston Astros hope, that you know, these at-bats will generate that winning attitude in the years to come. They don't think they're going to win again next year, but maybe 2-3 years down the line there'll be a team to contend with.
1982, when the Twins went young, Tom Bernanke struck out more than 100 times. Gary Gaetti struck out more than 100 times. Gary Ward struck out more than 100 times. They lost 102 ball games, but there really weren't any other viable options in the Twins system. Bouncer wide of third. Billy Gardner just let him go play. And then eventually the strikeouts became fewer and fewer. Frank Viola that year was 4-10 with an ERA of over 5. Gave up 152 hits in 126 innings. Off the plate, 2-2. Well, Swarzak had a very good 4th inning. A 1-2-3 inning with a couple of called third strikes. Now a leadoff walk in the 5th.
Well, Dominguez has hit into 15 double play. See if he can get a ground ball right here.
Bounce to the right side. Nice play by Dozier. Gets the lead runner at second and nearly got a double play. I thought that ball was headed into right field.
What a great play by Brian Dozier, catching up to that ball. That I agree. I thought this ball was going to be trouble. There might be runners at first and third. Instead, Dozier dove for it, able to get it and then get up and get the force out at second base. And Bernier almost turning the double play. What a great defensive play by the middle infield.
Now Grossman will hit. Watching it right into the glove, and that slide, which becomes part of his throw. Grossman with a pair of singles.
Yeah, Roy Smalley, that's a great play, isn't it?
It's a spectacular play on a bunch of different levels. When he went into his dive, he had to kind of catch a tough in-between hop just to get the ball in his glove, and then to have the presence of mind to spin around and get the lead runner. That was terrific. As much as catching the ball, catching up to it and catching the ball was great. Getting the guy at second, having the presence of mind to get the guy at second, that was terrific.
1-1. Have a chance now for an inning-ending double play.
You know, I was kidding a little bit last night when I asked Roy, is that something that you work on in batting practice? You know, because they'll take fielding practice. No.
The answer is no.
No.
There's the communication that we talked of last night when the Astros stole a base with no one covering second. And addressing that today, Ron Gardenhire didn't point the finger here or there. He says they just didn't communicate.
Yeah.
And it was Pedro Florimone at short,
right,
not Doug Bernier last night.
Well, you see Bernier right there. Even though after the throw was toward home plate, he kind of creeped towards second base. Why? 2 reasons. In case of the delay steal, but also in case of an overthrow to the pitcher. You want to be back there to just you know, get that ball in case you know, Joe Mauer overshoots Swarzak.
Two and two. A walk up of over 4,000 for tonight's game. Largest walk up in the ballpark's history, they said. 3-2. The inning started with a 3-2 walk to Wallace.
You touched on it last night, Dick. The fan support here in Minnesota at Target Field has been outstanding all season long. It has not been the season that the Twins have hoped for yet. You know, they want to finish strong, but my goodness, how can you not say thank you enough to the fans for their support?
There's a called third strike. Another strikeout for Swarzak. 2 down.
All 3 strikeouts called third strikes.
Fans, be sure to tune in to Twins games Monday and Tuesday to take part in this year's broadcast auction. Fox Sports North and the Twins team up to raise dollars for the Twins Community Fund next week. Bid on one-of-a-kind items and experiences like dinner in the Twins clubhouse or being on the grounds crew for a day in Muncie.
All right, you got a chance again.
I've already done that. You know, I've been there.
Been there,
done that. Okay. Tune into the broadcast Monday and Tuesday next week and make your bids. The Twins Community Fund broadcast auction right here on Fox Sports North. Now,
I just thought you liked it so much that you would want to do it again.
Well, if it were up to me, when truth be told, I don't know that Larry DeVito and his crew want me anywhere near the grounds crew.
They had enough of you?
No, I had a great time. 1-0. And a strike. I anticipate, I don't have the list in front of me, but I anticipate a trip to the booth being up for auction as it's been in the past. And in that case, my offer will still stand. All the hot dogs you can eat from Peg's Cafe.
And I'll give them all the beer they want. It's got to be Coors Light, though.
That's not my territory. That's yours. 1-2.
I can handle that.
Swarzak trying to pitch around the leadoff walk. To be perfectly frank, the chances of this game finishing 4-3 aren't very good. So Swarzak trying to pin down some innings here, hang some zeros up, and see if the Twins lineup can add a few runs.
Yeah, it's only a 1-run ball game. I mean, that's the way you look at it.
Fouled away.
Yeah, Swarzak, you know, put up some zeros. Maybe you get a W out of it.
If I were in his role, I would relish games like this where it hasn't gone well for the starter, but it's only a 1-run game. Because in the role he's in, it could be 6-0 or something like that. And he has pitched in games like that, but here you are, it's a 1-run game. And at this point, trying to wrap up his second inning of work, he must feel like maybe he was the starting pitcher in this game. 1-2. Struck him out. 2 really good innings for Anthony Swarzak, and it's still a 1-run game. Four-3 Astros in front. Brian Dozier with 4 big hits in this series already. We've had 16 walk-off wins since Sunday. Dozier got the walk-off hit, and it's the most this season, third most ever since 1918 for a calendar week. And we still have a lot of baseball yet to play on this Saturday night. Outside, ball one.
Yeah, that walk-off last night, the third time this season the Twins have walked off a winner.
Inside 2-0. Kyle Gibson struggled so much in his outing. You tend to not think about Bedard and his struggles. He's given up leadoff hits in all 4 innings. Has fallen behind Dozier here now, 3-0.
Well, again, Bedard came into the ballgame averaging about 4.5 walks per 9 innings, but also a strikeout per 9 innings. He has struck out 5, and there's his second walk on 4 pitches.
Well, the leadoff man is on again here in the 5th. Get interactive with us. We're asking you which walk-off win was your favorite so far this year. Eduardo Escobar in the opening series of the year, back in the chill of April. Ryan Domit's walk-off, scoring Joe Mauer, or the one last night by Brian Dozier. Mauer drove in Dozier with a first-inning ground ball, another ground ball off his bat in the second. Strike on the outside corner.
Can we vote on that? Do you have a favorite? I kind of like Escobar's because it beat the Tigers.
Yeah, and it was, nice way to start the season, the first win of the year. It was very nice. I tend to agree with you on that. Outside, there's nothing more thrilling than a walk-off home run. Twins haven't had one of those, and have had just, I believe, is it just 2 in this ballpark? Tomey and Willingham against Oakland. I'm trying to think of others. Now we know the Twins aren't that great of a home run hitting team. One hopper, and Altuve fires to second, relay to first, a double play. Nicely started by Altuve. Caught the ball up around his chest.
Yeah, he knew he was going to get that short hop, and he tried to keep it in his glove, which he was able to do. So a nice turn of a double play. Always a tough play right there. That little short hop, it kind of comes a little quicker to you, but a nice turn. Good feed over to the shortstop. And VR, good strong throw over to Wallace. Second double play, turn behind Bedard.
Morneau will hit with 2 gone and the base is empty. Excuse me, check swing foul.
All right, reset, here we go.
Morneau with a single in the 3rd. Batting average showing signs of climbing out of the 260s. Right side, Altuve covers it, sets, and fires. And despite the leadoff walk on 4 pitches, Bedard faces just 3 men in the inning. a day game after a night game, but the Twins do have laundry service.
Yes, they do. And I'll tell you what, you can do this here at Target Field. You can get your uniform dirty. Brian Dozier diving into third base for the triple and then making a great play, getting his pants dirty right there. Both middle infielders with dirty uniforms.
L.J. Hose will lead things off for the Astros against Anthony Swarzak.
Yeah, Swarzak starting his third inning of relief. 3 times this year he has had an outing where he's had to go 4 innings in relief. So hopefully this is a quick one and Anthony Swarzak can go out for his 4th. 4 strikeouts in the 2 innings so far for Swarzak.
3 of them looking. 1-1. Number 9 batter Hose, then VR and Altuve. Over for strike 2. Swarzak recovers, has time, fires into the baseline a little bit. Colabello with the catch, 1 away. Let's go to Jamie Hirsch.
Thank you, Dick. Well, you guys just showed Brian Dozier getting dirty out there on defense, making some great plays, and he has been a very bright spot for this Twins team on defense this year. And of course, he's just making this transition from shortstop to second base, and we want to know your thoughts in tonight's Grand Casino Social Spotlight on the transition, how you think Dozier is doing out there in the field. So you can use the hashtag Dozier Defense, and we'll share our favorite tweets on tonight's Twins Live postgame show.
All right, very good, Jamie. Thank you. 1 strike to VR. VR with a single, a stolen base, and a run scored in the first, walked in the second, struck out in the third.
You know, we mentioned Dozier again, former shortstop, and I guess they say if you play short, you can almost play anywhere in the field, but I don't know if the Twins expected as much in good success with Dozier. Nice play by Plouffe, playing a little short hop.
You know, you say that, and then it leaves the impression that you think shortstop are the best athletes on the team.
Well, besides pitchers, they may be, yeah. Roy Smalley, I believe, was a shortstop, was he not?
and
a very good one at that.
And they could play anywhere.
Roy, wouldn't you conclude, based on what Bert said, that he thinks deep in his heart that shortstops are the best athletes on the team?
Well, all I say about that is I've never heard him say that pitchers could play anywhere.
That's true.
Well, you have to remember now, I played shortstop in high school before I started pitching. So, you know, I thought, you know, that's so easy. I'm going to try something a little more difficult. And I became a pitcher.
You did that. You just wanted to be serious about your job once every 5 days. That's the real reason you became a pitcher.
Best job in the world, believe me. Besides this.
2 strikes.
This is pretty good cake, too.
And a fastball just off the plate. The word you kept using regarding Gibson, something he was lacking, I think you've seen from Swarzak here, he's attacking.
Yeah, and he's doing a good job. We talked about Gibson pushing off that rubber. Swarzak does a very good job. Watch him get to that, then explode right there. What a great pitch. That's aggressiveness right there.
No hits in 3 hitless innings, obviously. 5 strikeouts, 4 of them looking. Baseball on Fox Sports North is presented by McDonald's. Catch a filet of fish extra value meal today. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by Toyota. Let's go places. To find the nearest Toyota dealer and check out our current offers, visit buyatoyota.com. Twins down a run. Eric Bedard with a sweeping curveball. Strike one. Down a run because Anthony Swarzak's done a great job coming out of the bullpen. Dolan, Plouffe, and Arcia to face him here in the 6th. Inside, 1-1.
Bedard had 86 pitches in the ball game. A couple walks, 5 strikeouts, 8 ground ball outs, only 2 fly ball outs. The Twins bats.
2-1.
Bedard's longest outing this year came against the Milwaukee Brewers in Houston, 7 1/3 innings. Lost that ball game 3-1, but pitched a great ball game. Only gave up 1 run.
Twins had a 3-1 lead after 2 innings. Haven't scored since, and Bedard's faced just 1 man over the minimum since then. Inside, 3-1. Lucas Harrell warming up. Harrell couldn't be used last night because he was used extensively in the Baltimore series. This hit to center. Retreating is Barnes for the catch. 1 away. 1 down in the 6th. That'll bring up Trevor Plouffe. Plouffe 0 for 2, called out on strikes in the 1st, and he bounced into a double play in the 3rd. Brian Hall scours the internet to find the best tweets from Minnesota athletes. Check out his top 10 tweets every Friday at foxsportsnorth.com. Plouffe takes a big swing at the off-speed pitch, tapping it foul, 1 strike. That's what I mean about Bedard teasing you. He's got enough of a fastball you have to respect 91, 92 miles per hour, and then something comes spinning across the plate in the mid-70s.
And guys, Trevor was looking for that curveball after taking 3 of them his first time up for strike 3. You could tell he was just sitting all over that one right there. That's why he took that fastball. He was just staying on the curveball. He walked up into the box, and you could just tell with the speed of his stride into that first pitch, it wasn't fastball stride, it was breaking ball stride. He just missed it.
Well, see if he goes with a harder breaking ball right here. Sometimes when you know a hitter's sitting on that curveball, you throw it a little bit harder because they're sitting on it. But if you keep it down, that's a strikeout. And that's what Bedard tried to do right there. You want to sit on my curveball, that's fine. But you're not going to hit it because I'm going to tease you a little bit with that low breaking ball, which Plouffe stayed off of.
Right, and with 2 strikes, he's got to change his approach now. He can't be looking for any one particular pitch. He's just got to protect the plate, be ready for anything.
One and 2. Answer to short. VR has it. And Plouffe will reach on another error by VR. It would have been a close play because VR took too much time, and then he threw it up the line anyway.
Yeah, VR made a error in last night's ball game. And for the Astros, that's their 80th error of the season, this being their 109th game. VR does it right. I mean, right there, nice. But then watch the little double clutch, and then the throw up the line, and Wallace has to leave the bag to just try to catch it and keep it maybe from going into the camera well.
VR has a really good arm, and you can tell he's proud of it. He likes to fire it over there. That's why he took a little bit of time on that backhand play. But as good as it is, he showed some real erratic throws so far. Even though it's strong and has a lot of confidence, he's not throwing strikes with it from over there.
Arcia takes a strike over the inside corner. Triple and a run scored leading off the second, and a single, an infield hit leading off the fourth. One and one. Arcia with 2 hits in his return to the lineup last night. 2 quick ones here today.
Eric Bedard making his 14th career start against the Twins. He's 2-5 in his career, but over his last 6 starts, he's 2-0 against the Twins with an ERA under 3. Ouch. Get out of my kitchen.
The handle of the bat, 1 and 2.
Last time the Twins beat Bedard, you have to go back to August of 2007 when he was with the Baltimore Orioles. Last time the Twins beat Eric Bedard.
Trying to do something with the extra out given them here in the 6th inning. Breaking ball, got it.
Strikeout number 6. Four third call strikes of his 6 strikeouts. Big breaking ball.
Really great pitch to a left-hander, and Arcia had not seen that pitch yet. He'd hit fastball off the center field wall and got all change-ups his next time up. Bedard hadn't thrown him that pitch, and then all of a sudden not only surprised him with it, but threw it in a perfect spot.
Yes, he did.
Colabello will hit. He's bounced to first and struck out swinging. Checks one, ball 1.
I got to compliment Roy Smalley too. I see him sitting right down there. He loves his spot that he's at right now. Just talking to him, he could watch. You know, you're almost like you're on the on-deck circle. So close to home plate.
It's a wonderful spot
right
over here.
I'm going to circle you, Roy. There you are. You are hereby circled.
Appreciate that.
You felt that tingle. I know you did.
That was one of the highlights of my career here.
Well.
But this is a great spot. I'm 3 or 4 feet off the on-deck circle, and I can really see pitches from this spot. It's really fun.
Just keep your head down.
Yeah, the left-hand hitter's head. I'm peeking over the top.
1 and 1 to Colabello.
We've always been a peeker.
Fouled away. Now we got a pretty good up here, right? We have no complaints. We got a great view up here.
Hey, you got a foul ball in here while I was gone.
It bounced around in the booth, and yeah. I mean, we've got a great view here.
Look at this view.
But now, in Roy's case, the guy sitting 3 feet to his right is paying like, what, $250, $300 for his seat.
Oh, you're saying we should charge Roy?
I think we should charge Roy a couple $100 for moving him down next to the Champions Club. 1 and 2 to Colabello.
I don't think he's getting the same service that those people are getting.
Nor does he have a screen in front of him.
Yeah, I got a cup of water from my friend Junior here in the Champions Club. I look around over. I don't see a whole lot of waters over here.
1 and 2 to Colabello. Twins need a jolt here. Bedard's just kind of skated through the middle innings, and Twins haven't hit him hard to be sure, but.
Yeah, Colabello is one of those guys that can do that. 24 home runs down in AAA. Hit 2 home runs, his first 2 major league home runs, both of them coming in Seattle.
Hasn't pulled one yet.
That's okay. He can hit one out the right.
He might try to hook one of those slow breaking balls here. 2 and 2.
Not in this count. He's going to go hard. Yeah, either a hard fastball or that hard breaking ball. Remember, he struck out Colabello in his last at-bat with that high fastball. 6 strikeouts, 2 walks in 5 2/3 innings for Eric Bedard. So he's right on track where he came in, averaging, about 4 walks per 9 innings and a strikeout per inning.
2 and 2.
With the grip of the fastball.
And way off target with Castro setting up maybe even inside off the plate, and Bedard missed off the plate outside.
Well, that's almost the same pitch that struck him out his last at bat, that high fastball. This time Colabella was able to foul it off.
Brian Dunsing warmed up. Looks like he's ready to come in to pitch the 7th. Ouch. That awful, sickening sound.
Roy loves that sound.
Sick to my stomach then.
Still 4-3. Early.
Yeah, the Twins on the board. They tied the game in the bottom of the 1st inning, made it a 1-1 ball game. Bernier knocking in a run right there, his 3rd Major League RBI. Gibson really struggled through 3 innings. The Twins adding another run right there by a miscue by the Astros. Wallace hitting a solo home run off of Gibson, and then 4 straight hits followed to score 2 more runs for the Astros to take a 4-3 lead. Well, Brian Dunsing coming in, but what a great job by Anthony Swarzak, keeping this game at a 1-run deficit for the Twins. 3 shutout innings, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts in relief. That's a season high for Swarzak. And Dunsing making his 50th relief appearance. And he wants to do what Swarzak has and did, get the offense back in the dugout as quick as possible.
Facing the 3, 4, and 5 batters, Castro, Carter, and Wallace. Out in front, strike 1. Dunsing just needs a stabilizing outing for himself. It's not been a good middle month period for the Twins left-hander. He's had a really tough time getting left-handed batters out. And a strike on the outside corner.
Well, he got a little extra rest out there. His last time he pitched was Tuesday against the Kansas City Royals here. Gave up that solo home run to Moustakas in that 7-2 loss. Gave up 3 runs in that 1 inning of relief.
And another left-handed hitter gets a base hit against Dunsing. It really came to a head, I thought, in the Kansas City series where 4 left-handed batters got hits, and the last guy who got a hit, Eric Hosmer, had a pitch that was a foot inside and a foot high, and he still pulled it down the right field line for a base hit. It was nowhere near the strike zone. So everything Dunsing has thrown up there to lefties seems to get hit for a hit.
Well, there are the splits, right? You see left-handers hitting 322, and really right-handers still on the 292.
That's pretty high in its own right.
Yes.
Here's Carter. Strike one. Carter 0 for 3. He's not struck out yet.
Now Dunsing in the 39 2/3 innings coming into this outing, 50 hits allowed. That's one thing which you always want to kind of keep equal, innings pitched to hits. The walks are going to come, but if you can keep the hits to innings pitched, you'll usually be okay.
Dunsing last year allowed a .250 batting average to lefties, 310 average to righties, and so the challenge was to try to figure out some way for Brian Dunsing to be as effective against righties as lefties. And instead, just the opposite has happened. He's been more vulnerable to left-handed hitters than any time in his big league career. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Good change up there.
In his career, Dunsing very good against lefties. A .231 average. There's a strikeout, one away. Carter goes down, 1 down, a runner still at first. That'll bring up Brett Wallace.
Oh, good pitch down and in. And Carter coming in 144 times he has struck out. Strikes out with that good hard, almost like a little cutter. A breaking ball down and in. Good pitch.
Wallace with the home run to start the 3-run third, and he walked his last time up. A fly ball to right in the first. Strike one. Missing inside. Cleveland leading Miami 4-2 in the 7th. They're trying to keep pace with the Tigers, who appear to be on their way for another win over the White Sox. White Sox in a deep hole right now. Lost 8 games in a row.
Think Robin Ventura's having fun in his second season? I don't think so.
Swing and a miss, and a bad swing at that, 1-2. Badly as the Twins have played this week, they've actually gained ground on the White Sox with the win last night. They took care of some business in Seattle, getting a split out there. Twins right now lead the White Sox by 6.5 games. 1-2 to Brett Wallace. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts for Dunsing. 2 down.
Well, another breaking ball, and Wallace a strikeout victim. Well, we've already shown that the Astros, they strike out a lot. 9 times tonight already they have gone down on strikes. 11 strikeouts last night.
Matt Dominguez, the batter. Deep down the right field line, but a foul ball, 1 strike. Twins aren't involved in any race right now, but when you look at the standings across baseball, there are 5 legitimate division races going right now. Boston leading Tampa Bay by a game, the Orioles by 4.5. Detroit leading Cleveland by 3. Oakland leading Texas by 2.5. Actually 3.5 now. Oakland won this afternoon. Nice block by Bauer, 1-1.
How about the Pittsburgh Pirates? They continue to win. Half-game lead over the Cardinals. They have a 4-0 lead tonight. Now it's 5-0. Bottom of the 7th inning. Francisco Liriano looking for his 12th win.
In every division but the National League East, where the Braves are clear by 11.5 games. People showing up in Pittsburgh to watch baseball in large numbers, 1 and 2.
How about the Dodgers too? They're what, 10 games over 500,
yep.
3.5 game lead over the Diamondbacks. They were in last place about a month ago.
Dodgers won their 13th in a row on the road today.
They won already, yeah.
Mauer will throw to second, and advancing alertly is Castro. Pitch in the dirt. Mauer kept it around the left-handed batter's box, but Castro scampers to second on a wild pitch.
That'll be a wild pitch charge to Dunsing. His 3rd wild pitch of the year. And a good read by Castro right here. That ball you can see landing to the right of the plate. Castro jumping off and then seeing that the ball ricocheted off of Joe, gets into scoring position with 2 outs.
Nice awareness by Castro too. 2 outs, 2 strikes on the batter. Give it a shot.
Hey, we got a guy down here, Paul Molitor, just sitting down here to our left that teaches that in spring training. He was one of the best at it.
2-2 to Dominguez. Down the line, and a foul ball by about 1.5 feet. Dominguez making a bid for another extra base hit.
Well, remember his double off of Gibson in the 3rd inning as a pitch inside that just stayed down that line and stayed fair about 6 inches.
Well, you look at Dominguez and what we've seen from him in person. He's a pretty impressive third baseman. He hasn't been given a lot of work at third base, but he's made plays that he feels very comfortable with. Ground balls to his left, pop-ups back and to his right. Ball seems to jump off his bat.
Yeah, he was a #1 pick by the Florida Marlins back in 2007 out of Southern California. Came over to the Astros in July of last year for Carlos Lee.
Inside 3-2.
Dominguez just 23 years old, already in his 3rd season at this level.
19th pitch of the inning for Dunsing, hoping it's the last. Runner at second, 2 down. Fouled away the other way. It seemed like never threw more than 10 pitches in an inning. And Dunsing about to throw his 20th. Three and 2. One hopper to Plouffe. Over to Colabello. Leadoff single rather is left at second base. A couple of strikeouts and a good inning for Brian Dunsing.
Well, Twins down by 1 because the bullpen again has pitched very well here tonight. See if they can come back. And I would do this in Dutch as Colavello did it in Italian, but I have a tough enough time in English. So this copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Minnesota Twins. That was pretty good in English. There you go. You are all hereby circled, and I'm going to circle right there. Lucas Harrell.
Century Link to what's next as the Astros turn the game over to their bullpen. Harrell left out of the game last night.
Well, former starter now in the bullpen. They made 20 starts for the Astros, and this is his 5th relief appearance. 5 in 11. Mainly as a starter, an ERA at 5.24. He's given up 131 hits in 120 1/3 innings pitched, 67 walks, and 72 strikeouts.
2 quick strikes to Cleat Thomas, trying to get aboard to create a situation for the Twins in the home half of the 7th. The Twins scored late in the ball game last night to tie the ball game up a couple of times and win it in 11 out of the backstop, and it nearly hit him.
Well, credit Eric Bedard is, it didn't start off very well. They gave up 3 runs in the first 2 innings to the Twins, but then put 4 zeros on the board, and he leads with a 4-3 lead. To 104 pitches.
1-2. 2-2. Now Harrell had to make, I guess, an emergency start, because remember when the Astros were in Baltimore, they traded their scheduled starting pitcher to the Orioles, and they had a hole to fill, and so Harrell came out of the bullpen to make a start against Baltimore. That's why he wasn't available to them in the ball game last night. He was recovering from an emergency start.
The Twins saw a little bit of Harrell when he was with the Chicago White Sox back in 2010 and 11. He was up and down with the White Sox.
And a nice job by Thomas as he drives one to the gap. Should get extra bases here. It's a leadoff double for Cleat Thomas. Again, he fought off a pitch, took a couple of pitches, and ended up getting something he could drive to the gap.
All right, that's a good piece of hitting right here. Look at the ball out over the plate, and almost looked like Thomas saying, okay, it's away, I'm just going to go with it. Good contact right there as the ball scoots into left center field. And Cleat Thomas a leadoff double here in the bottom of the 7th with his 8th double of the year.
Well, the Twins have scored after leadoff triples twice in this game. Now a leadoff double from Thomas. And Doug Bernier will hit. Chipped a single over the head of first baseman Brent Wallace for an RBI single in the 2nd. Bud Norris was traded from Houston to Baltimore and started against the Astros. And so Harrell had to make an emergency start. Bull Porter said that there's no chance he was going to be used last night. There's a former Hawkeye. He was an outstanding football and baseball player for Hayden Fry and Dwayne Banks, the baseball coach at the University of Iowa. Played both Big Ten football and baseball against Minnesota at the Metrodome. Bernier bunts it off the plate. And Bernier retired with Castro looking at Thomas advancing to 3rd, a sacrifice.
Wow, what a great job right there by Bernier. You're asked to sacrifice. He does it. High fives all around. Does his job.
Tying run at 3rd now with 1 away.
Deadening the ball right there, right off a home plate. Astro comes out. He looks at 3rd base, but gets the out at 1st.
Take a look at the Firestone Complete Auto Care Extra Mile Index. Brian Dozier and Cody Rasmus, each with 13 doubles, the most since the 1st of July. Infield in now, trying to keep Thomas from scoring the tying run. Dozier took an extra base, got a triple to start the ball game for the Twins. Since then, a strikeout and a walk. Strike one. Last night, trailing late in the game, the Twins did just enough to get the game tied a couple of times. And then Dozier got the game-winning hit in the 13th.
And you would think the Twins have the right man at the plate right now in Brian Dozier.
It's 2 fastballs for strikes, though. 0-2.
He's been watching Joe Mauer.
Got him right where he wanted him?
Yeah.
Dozier working out of an 0-2 hole. Inside, nearly hit him. 69 strikeouts on the year for Dozier, 31 walks. 3 sacrifice bunts, 2 sacrifice flies. One and 2. That's down the line, fair into the corner. Dozier ties it up. He's got another double. With 2 strikes, protecting the plate. He put it in play to tie the game.
We talked about at the beginning of the game, you know, about Brian Dozier getting more and more confidence, not trying to pull everything. If it's pitched away like he did last night in the 13th inning, go with it. Here, Harrell working outer half of the plate, and Dozier just makes contact, and that ball finds a home right down that right field line. His 21st double of the year, driving in his 40th run.
The Twins have tied it up at 4, and now Mauer with Dozier at second. And Mauer will be walked to get Morneau to the plate. You know, again, the hits are nice. But look where they're going for Dozier. He nearly hit a home run down the left field line in the first inning. Ended up tripling to right center. You can't use any more of right field than Dozier just did with the double. That's a very encouraging development here in the middle months for Brian Dozier.
Because of the work of Swarzak and Dunsing, you know, Kyle Gibson off the hook gets a no decision, and Eric Bedard, you know, he left with a 1-run lead, and he gets a no decision. So Thomas and Dozier back-to-back doubles here. Well, 2 doubles here in the 7th inning give the Twins a tie, and see if Justin can break that tie right here.
If there's anybody in baseball who's due for a 3-run home run, it's Justin Morneau. His last 5 home runs have all been solo home runs. Outside, ball 1.
Justin with 9 home runs, 3 2-run home runs.
Foul away. 1-1.
6 solo home runs. Would like to have a 3-run home run.
You'd like to at the end of the year, you know, go Yahtzee, wouldn't you? I mean, you'd like to have one in every column. And the Astro bullpen has been giving up a lot of runs and a lot of home runs.
Yeah, they come in the worst bullpen really in Major League Baseball. Combined ERA at 5.09. They are 10 and 26 combined out of that bullpen.
One and 1 to Morneau. I don't know what comes first, whether it's a hitter hitting the ball.
Chicken or the egg?
Chicken or the egg, all right. Well, the chicken is Morneau hitting the ball harder. The egg is he's more patient at the plate. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. He's not swinging as wildly as he did, say, a month ago.
3-1. Now, how many in the entire month of July? How many 3-1 counts did Justin have? He seemed like the at-bat was over with by now after 4 pitches. So he's got a 3-1 pitch. Doma hitting behind him.
Harrell has given up 16 home runs on the year. One more won't hurt him.
Morneau's 3-1 hack. Foul back.
A hack, I like it.
Especially since they walked Mauer in front of you. You'd like to really put a good swing on the ball.
Show them they made a mistake.
Morneau with just 30 walks on the year. We'd be glad to take one of those as well if Harrell doesn't throw him a strike. Everything away, as you see on Fox Tracks. Deep to left, but foul. Castro runs a new baseball out to Harrell.
They're saying everything's away. You want to go hard in right here. And Harrell going, boy, that's dangerous.
They moved me to the bullpen for a reason. Do a very good job of coming inside. To Morneau. Towards the
kind of a check swing right there.
Astros dugout.
A late swing.
Remember when things were going good and we'd be in situations like this, and then we'd show the replay from the center field camera, and we'd see Justin's eyes open up as big as saucer plates when the pitch got towards the strike zone. See if this pitch is worthy of a replay. Walked him.
Tried to come inside with that slider and missed.
They're loaded up with 1 out. And the only out of the inning is the one the Twins gave the Astros. And Doma will have a chance here.
Oh, last pitch, that slider inside, and Justin took it.
Doma on the day, a single in the first, a fly ball to right in the third, and a fly ball to center in the sixth. As much as the Twins have struggled the last 2.5 years, they, in recent years, have never had a situation like the Astros find themselves in. Bedard, did a nice job. He got through the lineup almost 3 times, 6 innings, and then as soon as Bo Porter turned the game over to the bullpen, the game turned. That's kind of what happened last night. He ran everybody he could out there, but ultimately the Astros lost the game because the Twins bullpen was better than Houston's.
You see the pitching coach, Doug Brocail, who was a great closer himself and reliever, out to try to pump up his right-handed pitcher. Astros looking for a double play. Doma looking for an extra base hit. Bases loaded, 1 out.
Most people are standing here at Target Field.
Wow, 38,078. Unbelievable.
1-0 to Doma. Way out in front of the off-speed pitch. finally tied it up here in the 7th, looking to take the lead. That's to left center field and short, and down for a hit. Everybody moves up a base. Doma puts the Twins in front, 5-4. Little chip shot, and Barnes was playing a deep center field. It's 5-4 Twins.
That was almost the same type of hit that Dozier got last night. That tied the game at 3 apiece in the bottom of the 9th inning, and then Dozier won it in the 13th. So the Twins in here in the 7th inning take a 5-4 lead. Bases remain loaded, and for Ryan Doman, he drives in his 44th run.
Here's Plouffe with a chance to bust the game open. Strike on the outside corner. Still only 1 out. 5 of the 6 batters to come to the plate here have reached. Castro with another trip to the mound.
The Twins have only 1 grand slam this year. That came off the bat of Chris Herman in Anaheim. Trevor Plouffe, 10 home runs on the year.
For his first home run since the All-Star break.
6 of his 10 home runs have been hit here at Target Field.
That kicks away from the catcher, and Mauer thought about it and then thought better of it. That was had to have been a tough one to read, I would think, with the ball in the air like that.
Yeah, I mean, you're coming down that line, and nobody knows this area behind home plate. Not a lot of room, and Castro did everything he could to stop that ball that was low in the dirt, and it popped straight up. Take a look at the pitch right here. Popped straight up, and Joe thought about it, but again, there's not a lot of room, and that ball also slowed down a little bit by the grass. Good decision right there by Joe Mauer to stay where he's at.
Plouffe 0 for 3. Astros got him to bounce into a double play in the 3rd to end that inning. Hoping for the same result here in the 7th. 1-1. 2-1. No activity in the Astros bullpen. Casey Fiend warming up in the Twins bullpen.
They had a good swing right there, just swung through it. A lot of pitches for Lucas Carroll here, 30 pitches. Trying to get the 2nd out.
And now Plouffe's challenge, put the ball in play, get it to the outfield somehow, get another run in. Checked his swing. 3-2. No place to put him.
Well, he could put him at first if he wanted to.
Yes, he could. I don't think he wants to.
Well, fastball inside, and Trevor definitely held up.
One would think a fastball here, wouldn't one?
Let's see if he gets that fastball and he hits it hard somewhere.
Time call.
Well, the wave is starting here, so if Trevor waits long enough, he can wait until that wave gets to left field and hit it out into the wave.
3-2 to Plouffe. Pops straight up in the air. Infield fly rule is called. Batter's out, 2 down.
Well, he got a pitch right there he can hit. Let's go back to Ryan Domit's at bat. A breaking ball, he got the count in his favor. Fastball right there, swung at it, and then just hits that same pitch down and away the other way. Not a bad pitch. And Domit driving in the go-ahead run right now. His second single of the ball game.
And now Arcia, who's had a good series with 4 hits. Tonight, a triple, an infield hit. He was called out on strikes in the 6th. This is the first at bat he's had against a right-handed pitcher tonight. Sliced foul on strike.
What I like about Arcia is that he's up there ready to swing at that first pitch. Remember in last night's ball game against Cozart, he struck out in his first at bat, and then in the 4th inning, his next at bat jumped on that first pitch, hit that base hit to left field.
1 strike to Arcia. It's a foul tip, 2 strikes. The numbers will evolve over time, but one number to like about Arcia against right-handers, he's got that 1 extra base hit for every 10 at-bats. It's common among power hitters. 142 at-bats against righties and 14 extra base hits. And now he is in an 0-2 hole. Blocked by Castro. The Astros have been in the field forever here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 35 pitches by Harrell. And Arcia with a 1-2 count, hoping to start the merry-go-round here. Two and 2. He looks tired. Wesley Wright warming up. Taking a lot of time between his 36 pitches. Full count. With 2 outs, the merry-go-round will start.
He's tried that change-up or split finger, whatever that pitch is. 2 of the 3 last pitches, and he's got the count. He was 0-2 ahead, Harrell was. Now it's 3-2. The runners will be taken off here.
Two to Arcia. Ball 4.
Not even close.
He's out of gas. I mean, you can just tell between pitches. His cap is sitting up high on his head. He's out of gas.
Well, 3rd walk of the inning for Harrell. That's 2nd walk. He did walk Maurer intentionally, and Joe scores the 3rd run of the inning.
Base is still loaded for Colabello.
Arcia getting an RBI, is 26th on the year.
This inning started a long time ago with a Clete Thomas double.
Ninth man to bat.
So So far, 3 have scored. Castro's had a workout, and he points to his left shoulder like, hey, keep that shoulder in.
Well, he says he's run out of gas. I know he's thrown a lot of pitches, but this is a guy that made 20 starts for the Astros.
This will be his 40th pitch this inning.
I'm sure somewhere in those 20 starts, he has a 5.5 ERA had an inning like this.
1-0. Half swing, did he go?
Oh no.
1-1.
Jim Reynolds said he went too far. Evens the count to 1-1.
One and one to Colabello. Bouncer to short. And the Twins leave the bases full. They do score 3 and now lead 6-4. Link Thomas with a double. Doman with a big single. The Twins have a 2-run lead.
Well, the Twins were up 3-1, but a 3-run third inning by the Astros. Chase Kyle Gibson had 5 straight hits in the third inning to take a 4-3 lead, but the bullpen of the Twins again, Swarzak 3 shutout inning, Dunsing a shutout inning, and the Twins given an opportunity to fight back, and they did in the bottom of the 7th inning by scoring 3 runs. A couple big hits by Brian Dozier and Ryan Doman.
Casey Fiend, who did a great job for the Twins again last night, will be asked to set down the Astros in the 8th inning.
Just, you know, you look at Harrell right there, you wonder, since he's been taken out of that rotation, if it's, you know, a little bit of, you know, hey, you know, why me? And last year, he's one of these pitchers. He started 32 ball games last year, won 11 ball games. He's one of those guys that they expected to be a little bit more consistent. But didn't look like he had the right attitude going into that relief appearance.
Robbie Grossman leads off the 8th. Strike 1 from Fiend. And now a ball, 1-1.
Well, Fiend worked in last night's ball game. 1 shutout inning, had a couple strikeouts through 13 pitches, 9 for strikes, making his 52nd relief appearance. He's given up only 31 hits in 45 2/3 innings. Doing a great job now as a setup man to Glenn Perkins, along with Burton, but it's been Fiend as of late.
Deep and foul down the left field line, 1-2. I don't know that there's anything that we've seen here in these 2 games that Bo Porter hasn't seen all night long, and that's why the Astros are where they are. They get a decent start again tonight by their starting pitcher, and the bullpen caves in. 1-2.
Kind of makes you want to go 9 if you're a starter, doesn't it?
Well, in Bedard's case, 6 1/3 was enough, even though he had the no-hitter.
And he ended up losing that ball game.
Well, he gave up some runs, but
right.
2-2. Fouled back, and had a chance to talk a little bit with Bo Porter today, but we didn't talk about this necessarily. But you know, the biggest challenge he's got is to try to keep young players positive. Mike Redmond has done a nice job of that in his first year with the Marlins.
I think you have to really communicate with your players if you're Bo Porter to really, you know, keep them pumped up. Hey, a lot of these young kids get an opportunity to not only, you know, finish this season strong for the Astros, but their future.
Fiend thought he had strike 3. Instead, it's ball 3.
You know, and you find out sometimes when you're losing, the guys that want to get off the ship, as Tom Kelly would say. And Harold, the way that he went about his business in the 7th inning, one of those guys that might not be rowing very long.
And a called 3rd strike, and Fiend stalks off the mound. He's upset the prior pitch wasn't a called 3rd strike, so he got it on the next one.
Well, Casey Fiend, almost like Samuel DeDuno, he shows a lot of emotion out there. Very aggressive. Good breaking ball, cutting the outer half of the plate.
Brandon Barnes, a pair of singles on the night.
There's DeDuno. 6 very good innings last night. 2 runs allowed.
Yeah, that cutter, slider, whatever it is. Here it's been called, referred to a backdoor breaking ball if it hits the outside corner, so that would make that one a front door breaking ball.
Yeah, number 3. See if this is a slider again.
Slower breaking ball over.
Yeah, Joe kind of wanted it away, but it started inside and caught the inner half of the plate.
And that's the thing with Fiend. He's got a good fastball. I think we've seen it as high as 93, 94 miles per hour. But in his role, he seems to know how to pitch.
Tell you what, I think he's been one of the guys out of that bullpen that's been a great surprise. You know, Fiend last year kind of got a chance. He didn't get that with Detroit. Kind of up and down with the Tigers, but last year got a chance and he's making the most out of it. 2 straight strikeouts. 11 times the Astros have struck out here tonight.
And Bo Porter has seen that more often than not, too. 2 down in the 8th. Number 9 batter L.J. Hose. Strike 1. Check swing. Hose had 3 at bats for the Orioles, and now with the trade to Houston, knows he's going from a winning team to a losing team, but he'll get an opportunity with Houston he very likely would not ever get with the Orioles, at least no time soon. One and 2. Fiend potentially striking out the side here in the 8th. Up the middle. Bernier to his left. Nice tidy 8th inning. A couple of strikeouts for Casey Fiend, and the 2-run lead is preserved.
Welcome back. The Twins take a 2-run lead into the bottom of the 8th here at Target Field. As always, we will break down this game afterwards on Twins Live, presented by CenturyLink. So stick around. We'll take a closer look at the Twins' big 7th inning rally to reclaim the lead. We'll also take a look at Brian Dozier and his great all-around game tonight. And of course, hear from manager Ron Gardenhire after the game, guys.
All right, thank you, Jamie. Cleve Thomas will lead off the 8th like he did the 7th. First pitch drilled to left, and this one snagged by Grossman for a 1-pitch out. And Bernier will hit next. Fox Sports is proud to partner with Johns Hopkins Medicine, one of this year's Fox Sports supports charities. Johns Hopkins is at the forefront of groundbreaking research into autoimmune disorders like multiple sclerosis and lupus. Join us in the fight against autoimmune diseases. Donate now by visiting hopkinsmedicine.org/Fox. Bernier, the batter, with Glenn Perkins warming up in the Twins bullpen.
Bernier in last inning did a good job of laying down that bunt. That advanced Cleve Thomas over to third base when Brian Dozier knocked him in with the RBI double.
Tigers beat the White Sox 3-0. Max Scherzer another win. And the Indians trying to beat the Marlins 4-2 bottom of the 9th in Miami. Kansas City already won this afternoon 4-3-12 over the Mets. 1-2 to Doug Bernier.
Makes Max Scherzer now 16-1 on the season.
Chopped at the plate. Bernier will try to limp that off. Justin Verlander has had a difficult time of it this year, but Scherzer, Doug Fister's been a little hot and cold too, but that Tiger rotation still looks awfully good.
Porcello's been hot and cold too.
Bernier getting a little extra time from home plate umpire James Hoy after fouling one off his ankle.
Well, Lucas Harrell in that 7th inning threw 41 pitches, 21 for strikes.
That's strike 3. Bernier is retired, completing the strikeout. A nice flip from Castro to Wallace.
Yeah, nice play by Castro following that ball right there and getting the out at first.
Time now to take a look at the updated results of the AT&T Twitter poll. Tonight we asked which walk-off win for the Twins has been your favorite.
Very nice. Well, we talked about that earlier. Escobar's walk-off hit against the Detroit Tigers back on April 3rd.
And I think another reason too that was the fans' favorite. It turned a loss into a win. The Tigers had a 1-run lead. It was a 2-run double. It was an abrupt winning play. It just looked like a fairly harmless fly ball to left field, but the left fielder and center fielder let it drop on the warning track. 2 strikes to Dozier. 2 extra base hits for Dozier. 2 runs scored. Ron Gardenhire talking about the rotation the Twins have had in the leadoff spot, and Dozier's been more effective than anybody else. But saying that ideally the Twins still envision Dozier as a good number 2 hitter. And the more he can use the whole right angle of the baseball field, the better number 2 hitter he'll be.
Perkins up in the bullpen.
Chopper to third. Dominguez fires across a much better inning for Harrell, getting through the 8th inning. 1, 2, 3 on 10 pitches. A save opportunity for Glenn Perkins when we come back. A 2-run lead, top of the ninth, and a save opportunity for the Twins closer.
Yeah, Perkins not a save opportunity last night. He did give up a run to the Astros that gave him a 3-2 lead in the top of the ninth, but then the Twins came back and tied it. And Perkins threw 17 pitches last night, 14 for strikes. Looking for save number 26 on the year.
VR takes a fastball, strike one. Perkins, since the All-Star break, has given up nearly as many runs as he did during the first half of the year. Another one below the knees, 1-1. It's been a mixture of, well, he had control issues in Anaheim, had a hard time throwing strikes for some reason. Giving up hits, a big RBI double to Dominguez in the ninth last night. 2-1.
Well, the fastball is there. The breaking ball maybe not as sharp as we've seen it at times, but you know, his repertoire, basically no kidding around. Basically, here's a fastball at 95, 96, sometimes 97, and then that hard breaking ball. And he missed again with a fastball, down and in.
Missed with the, hit the strike zone with the first fastball, and now 3 straight misses.
Well, control's not been an issue. 10 walks in 42 innings pitched for Perkins, with 52 strikeouts.
Tapper to short on the 3-1 pitch. Easy play for Bernier, 1 away. Overall, an ERA in the low 2s, but in save situation, much better.
Yeah, there's a new sheriff in town, and that's Glenn Perkins as the closer. Look at that. 26 and 28 save opportunities, had 3 blown save opportunities, but look at the earned run average. Unbelievable. Got a great arm.
And this little hiccup, if you will, for Perkins, all part of the development of a closer. You have to remember that this is his first full year as a closer, and as the Twins set their sights on continued improvement, you know, you can't expect someone to step into the role full time.
Yeah, pretty good guy to watch over the years, and that being Nathan.
Right.
You know, you go through the ups and downs, and you want to get back out there and do your job, and that's what Perkins is hoping to do here. Pick up this save here and get the Twins a win.
Falls behind Altuve, 2-0, and a strike, 2-1. Not too happy, I don't think, with the strike zone by the umpire here in the ninth inning. 2-1. A bit of a smirk, but you know, it's okay for Perkins to struggle a little bit, fight his way through it in the long run. That should make him a more effective closer in coming years. Perkins still can't believe the strike zone.
He just asked the umpire, was that inside? James Hoy said yes.
3-1.
There you go. I think James Hoy's done a good job back there. You know why? The Twins have a 6-4 lead. That's why. There are the pitches right there on your Fox track.
Fouled away.
And this is a perfect situation. You know, you get a save, you have a 2-run lead. It's always a little more difficult when a 1-run lead. You know, you're a little more aggressive. It's not saying that Perkins isn't aggressive. He's that type of pitcher. He'll go right at you.
3-2 to Altuve.
No fooling around right here. It's going to be another fastball. Make him hit the ball.
And he flips it foul. Would you agree with this, that a lot of pitchers, when they make a mistake, they make a mistake inside, and with Perkins it's almost the opposite. He makes a mistake away. I mean, he's the most effective pitcher to right-handed batters when he's pounding the ball inside time after time, as he's done to Altuve. Breaking ball got him.
Yep.
Threw him the slider and locked him up. 2 down.
Well, right-handers hitting only 185 coming into this outing against Glenn Perkins. Left-handers 244. So making sure, even though that ball's inside, so you better tip your hat to James Hoy, Glenn Perkins, because Fox Track said it was inside. So the smirk is gone.
2 down, and Castro Cleveland did beat Miami 4-3. They'll keep pace with the Tigers. Swing and a miss, as now Perkins works the ball inside to a left-handed batter. Just if he can throw the ball 96 miles per hour, that's not going to discourage you from pitching inside, is it?
No.
Up and in at 96.
Well, Perkins has done it all in a Twins uniform. Starter, setup man, long man out of that bullpen. Now the closer.
2-1. Fouled back. So he threw Altuve, I think, nothing but fastballs until he struck him out with the slider. And nothing but fastballs here to Castro.
Another great crowd here. Over 38,000 people.
Walk up of nearly 5,000. Sellout crowd here at Target Field. 2-2 to Castro. And he got a piece of wood on that slider. Tapped it foul.
Another great job by the bullpen here tonight. Swarzak, Dunsing, Fien, and now Perkins trying to shut the door on the Astros.
Punch to left. It's hanging in the air. Arcia with a catch. 13 innings of sterling relief in this series. 1 run allowed. And a pair of wins now for the Twins against Houston.
Great comeback by the Twins. Great job by the bullpen, putting zeros on the board, allowing the Twins to come back in the bottom of the 7th inning with some good hitting and a little wildness by their relief pitcher.
Well, Tom Hanneman, the Twins had a awful series against the Royals, but they've already won this series against the Astros.
Dick, great crowd, a sellout, the 6th of the season, and they witness another collective gem by the Twins bullpen as Minnesota comes back to beat the Astros and take the series. We'll break it down next on Twins Live.